Good morning, buenos dias, everyone from beautiful Chicago, Lombard, Illinois, in the Westin Lombard Chicago Center. My name is Nick Stevens, and I'm joined by my co-host,
Tia Badger.
and we are going to provide you coverage today for day 4 of USA Powerlifting Raw National Championships. This is day 2 of our Open National Championships today. We have our action started on platforms 1 and 2.
And on 1 and 2, you're going to see a lot of our strong ladies from the women's 70 and 75 kilo weight classes in multiple age divisions as well.
And as these squats get going on the screen here, both Tia and I are going to be providing you our best guess for all intents and purposes. This is what's happening on the screen here. We obviously do not have the best view of what the referees have on the platform, but we'll be giving you our best view regardless. We'll also be providing rules, regulations, keeping you updated on the scores, placements. And if you all want to follow along on line for the active attempts, go into www.liftingcast.com/meets. Scroll down to USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals Day 2. Pick a platform and watch the action. We're well into the action for both platforms here. Amelia's got 90 kilos on the bar, 198 pounds. Easy opener for her. Coming up to platform 2, Sharon Jones taking 142.5 kilos, 314 pounds.
And on platform 1, you have kind of a lot of more of our teen and a couple junior lifters over there. And then it looks like platform 2, we're going to have more of the open ladies. So we'll see a little bit of difference just in how maybe some of the open lifters might lift a little bit more refined, just kind of have been around a little bit longer, a little bit less new. But we're super excited to see starting points for these teen lifters and where they can go, and probably what's one of their first national meets.
Here's Karina, also taking 198 pounds over on platform 1. Platform 2, Sophia Vedas. If y'all don't know Sophia, she's one of the ones that I like to say does the business of powerlifting. She's a referee, a coach, competitor, commentator as well. I've commentated with her a few times. She just recently had a child, so this is her first meet. Post that, opening with 319 pounds, 2-1, does get a call from the right judge on depth. And how do we know that's depth?
Yeah, so when they get the red lights, they're going to get an associated color card infraction with it. And the color card infraction basically tells the lifter why they got a red light. So you look at that and you see red card plus a red light. That's depth. Depth has its own color card because it's such a common, frequent infraction. Unfortunately, as much as we don't want to, you're going to see a lot of depth calls today. But you also see a couple blue cards for some up and down. A little bit more common as you get kind of to those thirds and you have to fight through them a little bit. Or maybe don't quite lock them out right at the top. And then, as we like to say, our catch-all card, our yellow card, is everything else.
Bars loaded up for Alana on platform 1 here, 248 pounds. Camillea's on 2. £325 opener there. It moved smooth, but was it deep enough for the refs? 2-1, it was not. 2-1, no lift on either side for our side referees there.
Yeah, and that's kind of a common combination you'll see is maybe the center judge giving it a white light, giving the lifter a little bit of benefit of the doubt. Front angle's harder to judge depth on, but those side judges are right there. They can see it perfectly. They have that crystal clear up front view, so...
Brooke, platform 1. Sabrina, platform 2. And remember, for depth, we want that hip crease to be below the top surface of the knee. Brooke Robinson, I don't think, has any issue with that there. That was beautiful. 3 white lights. Sabrina with 358 pounds just as well. No issues there from my view.
Yeah, sometimes you really want to sink that opener just a little bit of extra, and it gets in the judges' minds that, oh, she's hitting depth, and it like kind of convinces them. So maybe if you don't sink 100% on your second or your third, you might get the benefit of the doubt later. It's like powerlifting, as much as there's rules and standards, because it's a human judged sport. You can also play a little bit of mental games with the referees.
Absolutely. In powerlifting, we'll get into this throughout the whole rest of the day, but our lifters have to lift within certain confines. They have to squat to depth. They have to listen to the referees and can only move when the referees tell them to. And so within those confines, lifters are allowed to do whatever they want within the rules. And so you're going to find that our lifters are going to put themselves into positions and set themselves up in certain ways to allow them to be able to lift the most on the platform. Hannah Pollock, platform 1, 270 pounds. Katie On, 167.5 kilos, 369 pounds. Quick shout out to our spotters and loaders this weekend. They've done an excellent job. I got to do a tag-in session with them for sessions 2 and 3 yesterday, and I definitely have a new appreciation for the work that they put in. They are a machine, and just to be a cog in that machine was an honor. So,
have for sure, and most of them are out there for multiple sessions in a row and multiple days in a row. A lot of them have probably been here since they started Masters Nationals on Wednesday.
Yep.
And they'll be here all the way through Sunday in the very last session.
That's a no lift there for Katie. On platform 2, did get a depth call from either side judge. Very easy squat there, platform 2. And folks, we are on YouTube, so if you are interested in interacting with us, do you have any questions, anyone you would especially like to shout out, please let us know. Both Tia and I are fairly knowledgeable about the sport. We like to think we know a thing or two, so if you have any questions or want to shout us out so our lifters watch back the stream, they know that folks are watching at home, feel free to drop it in the chat. Sarah Munoz, easy opener there at 286 pounds. Up next is Hannah Jenny on platform 2. Two to 1 there for Sarah. Depth call from the side referee. And since this is Raw Nationals, we not only have referees on the platform, but we've got referees all throughout the area, yeah? We've got... That was a good lift. Sorry, I got distracted by Hannah Jenny. I was making sure that was a good lift there. But we've got a jury table at each of the platforms here. So our jury table is a collection of 3 national-level referees that are basically a proofreading system for the referees on the platform. If a lifter has a missed lift and they don't necessarily agree with that call, they can always go to the jury. No harm, no foul, you're not going to get a lift off, if that makes sense. It's always a good idea to go to the jury. If you have questions about a missed lift, you can always get it overturned, and that can mean the difference between first place and last place, like we saw last night.
Yeah, at a national level meet such like this, between all the referees assigned to a platform for the different roles, you'll have about 9 referees per platform at any given time. You're probably going to have 2 running the score table in the back. You're going to have 1 obviously serving as the technical controller, the TC, as we'll commonly refer to it throughout the day, potentially, and you'll have the 3 on the jury and the 3 on the platform. So that's a lot of staffing that needs to take place and people that all need to be properly certified and trained before they can come do these national level meets.
That's right. There's a lot of moving pieces for a competition of this caliber. And that not only adds to the prestige, but I think that adds to the overall environment as well. You were saying earlier this could be some of our lifters' first or second meets, and so, or a second or third meet, maybe even their 4th meet. So going into their first possible national level competition, the environment is just something else to get used to.
Absolutely, and so like you talked about, there's kind of a couple extra referees around, whether that be in the back at the score table. It might be run a little different than a local meet, where maybe you can kind of just tell somebody your attempt. You have to turn in your cards and sign them here so they have a written record of everything so that they don't make any mistakes, and then if they do potentially make a mistake, it has a record to be corrected with evidence. And I think that sometimes that can be intimidating just because you're talking to more officials than you would otherwise, and all of the referees that I know within USA Powerlifting are absolute sweethearts, But if you don't know them and they're in their official uniforms, they can look a little scary.
Eve on platform 1, bars loaded for her, 363 pounds. Carmen Hu, Wiggly Tufts herself, back on the national platform for the 3rd year in a row, at least this time for me commentating her. 380-pound opener. Rocking the white toe Lifting Co. sleeves. Good lift there for both ladies, platforms 1 and 2. Oh, sorry, that's going to be a no lift there for Carmen Hu. She got 2-1 no lift depth call from both of our side referees. Up next is Madison Lewis, going to open with 440 pounds, folks. This is the heaviest opener of all of our ladies today thus far.
Yeah, and she is our current American record holder already for the juniors on the squat. That record that she holds is 205.5. She's opening with 200, so you'll definitely see her likely take an attempt at that probably twice today.
Madison Lewis getting that American record at this previous year's Collegiate National Championships in April. And we are back to second attempts on platform 1. Juliana, 3 white lights there for her. What a squat there. Madison Lewis. That's going to be a no lift, 2-1. I would almost go to the jury for that.
Yeah, it moved really well. I'm not convinced that she might have been at parallel, but I don't know that we were quite past parallel. It wasn't super, super far off.
That's right. It does have to be below that top surface of the knee. We can't go too parallel. We got to break past it.
Yeah, probably a little upset that she misses that lift, but not a cause for concern at this point.
We are cruising right along here. Karina's taking her second attempt here at 220 pounds. Here's Stacy starting off second attempts on platform 2. Very easy second attempt there for her. 319 pounds, 3 white lights. Here's Camelia Patterson looking to get on the board here. Did get a depth call from both side referees on that opener squat. Elected to retake that weight. And in my opinion, it's always the smarter, safest option. You always want to retake that weight, because if you go up and you miss it, God forbid you miss it on strength, then you're between a rock and a hard place for that third attempt.
Yeah, I think that sometimes there's an argument that can be made for if you miss your second, maybe going
Sure.
up, but only if you really already have your opener. I'm kind of a big fan of, unless you did something kind of silly like miss a command or something where you're like, obviously you had the lift. If you miss on depth or incomplete lift, I would always recommend repeating the lift.
Camelia Patterson made it move just as well, but was it a little bit deeper? 2-1. Unfortunately, not going to be good depth for either of our side judges. And that does put Camelia in a tough spot. She does have to make her last squat in order to get on the board and even post a total for this meet.
Yeah, I think she kind of went out there and did it exactly the same as the first time, which obviously she didn't want to do since she had missed it the first time. So you have to make a little bit of a change or make it noticeably deeper or better when you go back out and take it again.
Gabrielle Whitaker, easy second attempt there for her. Sharon Jones stands up 330 pounds. Good lift as well. Bars loaded for Alana on platform 1 here, 264 pounds. Rachel Barnes, bars loaded, taking the same weight, 330 pounds. Both ladies in our 70-kilo weight class. Alana's in the Teen 1 class, so she's between the ages of 13 and 15. And nothing doing there. Good grab there from the spotters and loaders. Rachel Barnes, very deep squat there. I don't think there's any issues with depth. That's a good lift. Now, Sophia here for her second attempt, looking to bring the post in. Why would anyone want to do that?
So bringing the racks in makes it easier to walk out the squat. Sometimes when you walk out the squat, you can drift to the side a little bit, and if you have the racks out and then they're really close to the plates where those hooks are, where the bar is sitting, you gotta bump it a little bit. And so the racks in kind of can just give you a little bit extra room. The contrary to that is, in my opinion, racks in is definitely a little bit more unstable when you go to unrack it. It kind of wants to wiggle around a little bit more. You have to make sure you have your hands in tighter in order to have that racks in, or you have to have your hands all the way out. You'll see that later in the weekend. So it's a give and take. There's pros and cons to both ways. Some people will do one in and one up to get both the stability and the ability to drift to the side on whatever foot they step out first. Not a huge fan of that because I think it starts a lot of people with the bar crooked.
And a lot of that does come down to lifter preference. You know, like I said, the lifters are allowed to do whatever they want within the confines of the rules. And so as long as they're able to hit the commands and hit depth and make sure the bar doesn't double bounce, they can do whatever they want. Here's Katie on looking to get on the board here. Added 5 kilos from that missed opener. Now, that could be a situation where that opener was just a little bit off on the technical side. Katie on needed just a little bit more. That's a good lift for her. 3 white lights on the board. And that's one of those situations where making that gamble could pay off very early on. You know, you missed that first opener. I just completely lost my train of thought. You missed that first opener. And then you go in, add a little bit more weight for that second attempt. Keep the train rolling. There's that school of thought where, oh, nothing changed. Keep the plan going.
Yeah, if you're able to miss a lift and then jump anyways and make that lift, it kind of negates the miss in a sense that you got most of the kilos that you were going to add to your total anyways by taking that jump, but it's also a lot more stressful because it's a big risk.
Absolutely. Sarah Munoz, 137.5 kilos on platform 1. Sabrina on platform 2. She's got 385 pounds loaded. Both ladies have made their openers, so they're both on the board. And both are in our open 70-kilo weight class. And we have got a ton of ladies in the open 70-kilo weight class. We've got well over 30 ladies in this group, and so they're going to be split up across both platforms 1 and 2. Goodness. And so, to an extent, that does provide a little bit of an extra competition variable, especially for our coaches that are looking to duke it out in certain positions with other folks that are on different platforms. That's just another thing you have to watch out for, another thing you have to time. And don't even get me started on attempt changes and everything else when you get to that point. Alyssa on platform 1 here, going up 10 kilos, 391 pounds. Hannah Jenny also going up 10 kilos. And excuse me, I was initially correct. We do have our open 70-kilo ladies across all 4 platforms today. I just took a peek over there at platforms 3 and 4. Alice Lee over on platform 3. As well as Hannah Jenny on platform 2, Sydney Tennell on platform 1. This is going to be a massive class, and so our handlers for our lifters are going to be having a lot to watch out for.
Yeah, so you mentioned that we do have the athletes across all 4 platforms competing within the same division. The athletes are grouped by their qualifying total that they had coming into their flights, and so a lot of what you could call, I guess, your all-star kind of lifters that are coming in as your expected top dogs are in this flight on platform 2, but they are competing against the people from the other platforms. So they got to kind of be careful and watch and make sure that somebody doesn't sneak up on them from one of the other flights on one of the other platforms.
Carmen Hu looking to get on the board here. added a little bit more to that missed opener there. That she did get a call on depth from either side judge for the opening squat. Let's get a little bit deeper here, Carmen. Oh, that's there.
For sure.
3 white lights. Carmen, who is on the board? Carmen, who in that top 5 running at the moment. So we'll be keeping a watch on her. Madison Lewis, Marissa Ikeda, Sabrina, and Anna are all ahead of her. So we'll be watching that battle as the day goes on. Emily Schmid, good lift for her on platform 1. Usei on platform 2. Oh yeah, big sizable jump there. Nice 12.5 kilo jump. It's about 24-ish pounds. Eve on platform 1 going up 10 kilos to 175. That's 385 pounds. Bars loaded for Anna. Anna right now with 396 pounds loaded. Eve, good lift there for her. 3 white lights. And we are back to the top of the order on platform 1.
Yeah, and she moved that really well, so she could probably match that jump again for her third.
And you talk about momentum and pacing throughout the whole rest of the meet. You know, you want your openers to be something super, super light. You want something that's going to set you up for a very smooth second attempt and something to allow you to hit that full maximal effort attempt that you want for your third.
Yeah, but there's a caveat to that too as well, that yes, you want your opener to be easy, but you also want your opener to be high enough in weight that it allows you to take a jump that you're comfortable with to get what you want on your second and your third. You don't just want to, you could go out there and open with 65 kilos on squat just to put a number on the board, but you're not going to see athletes do that, because then they would have to take a big jump that's an uncomfortable or sometimes a scary jump even almost.
Good lift there for Juliana on 1. She goes 3 for 3 through her run on squat, finishing out with 95 kilos. Amalia's up next with 220 pounds. Fernanda on platform 2 with 396 pounds. And when we think about the energy that we're expending, not necessarily just on the squat, but we've got 2 more lifts after this. We've got 3 attempts at the bench press, 3 attempts at the deadlift. And this is not something that's going to be happening immediately. We have a whole other flight of lifters after this. And so a lot of times powerlifting meets are marathons and not sprints. You have to pace your energy well enough so that you have enough to hit that maximal attempt on the deadlift when it comes down to it. Because that third attempt deadlift could mean the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to conserve your energy to get there to be able to pull that third attempt deadlift, but you also have to add enough kilos onto your total early in the day that you can pull something within your range.
Bars loaded here. Madison Lewis. No lift there for her opener on depth. Going to get a little bit deeper for her second attempt. And all these ladies are proving me wrong. You do not need to take that same weight if you miss your opener.
It's definitely one of those situations where if they make it, it's like, oh yeah, of course, they totally had that. They should have done it. And then if they miss it, it's, what'd you do that for? See it?
That's going to be a tough call. Let's see what the judges say.
I do think it was better than her last one.
She's on the board, 2-1. Or 3 white lights, excuse me.
Yeah, and so that attempt that she took was 205. Her American record is 205.5, so she kind of has to break that American record on her next lift.
And with an American record, you can technically take the minimum jump, or less than the minimum jump. And so you are allowed to what's called chip that, which means you can take a 0.5 kilo jump. That's about a pound. And here's Camelia Patterson in danger of disqualification here. Needs to get this attempt and needs to sink it a good amount deeper than she did for those first 2 attempts if she wants to get on the board here. It's 325 pounds. Can she execute and get the depth? Here's Camellia. That was a little bit better. It's still going to be a tough call, I think. Let's see what the refs say. And she's on the board. Saved at the very last second. 3 white lights. Camellia Patterson on the board.
Yeah, that was definitely her best of the 3, so she's rewarded accordingly for so, and she kind of has to breathe a sigh of relief right now. She's got a number on the board. She can record a total still.
You think about the nerves that a lifter has, especially after they miss that first or second squat, that you're up for disqualification. If not, you have the whole rest of the meet to think about. This is just as much of a mental game as it is a physical game. You have to reset, have a short memory, and continue on to the very next lift.
Yeah, and on platform 1, what just happened there was her belt came off in the middle of her lift.
Oh, wow.
I think it caught her off guard. I saw it pop open and kind of fall down from where it was holding her brace, so.
Good catch there from the spotters and loaders, making sure she's safe there. And we are on 3rd attempts for both platforms 1 and 2.
She didn't miss too much with that mistake, though. She'd only taken a 2.5 kilo jump.
And in that regard, 2.5 kilos is always something. In my opinion, you can always get back on the deadlift. It's always easier to do it there than it is for bench.
Well, I think you can get it on the bench by just making all your bench presses because a lot of people will miss them.
Very smooth 3rd attempt there for Stacy. She looks happy with that one. 3 white lights. Cruising right along here, Sharon Jones looking to continue the 3-for-3 streak. 347 pounds, Gabrielle Whitaker, 286 pounds.
We got TSS spotting and loading on platform 3. We got Minnesota Department of Lifter Safety on Wisconsin Division on platform 4.
Very deep squat there for Sharon. Looked like a bit of a bobble, but she recovered very well. 3 white lights on the board there.
And I think the hardest thing to do as an athlete on those 3rd attempt squats where you have to fight is not necessarily the fight, but staying calm through the fight. Because like you said, a lot of times people are going to kind of want to bobble in the middle or panic a little and it gets off balance. So to feel it slow down but be able to keep going is impressive.
Here's Sophia Vedas, platform 2. 10 kilo jumps across the board here. Hannah Pollock adding 2.5 kilos to that missed 2nd attempt there. She got that 2nd missed on depth, hoping that extra 2.5 can get her that extra little bit.
And she's squatting without knee sleeves, too. That ought to be good.
Good squats from both ladies, and they are 3 white lights across the board. Sophia with the new mom strength. Congratulations, 3-for-3 for the day. Hannah Jenny up next, looking to retake 177.5. That 2nd attempt miss was on depth. And Sarah Munoz on platform 1, going up 2.5 kilos to 308 pounds. And 2.5 kilos is the minimum increment that our lifters can increase their weight. It's also what the referees will put in if a lifter times out their next attempt. So once a lifter completes the lift, they have 1 minute to get their next attempt into the to the scorer's table. If they do not get their next attempt in, they will automatically go up to 2.5 kilos. Here's Sarah Munoz, gets the squat command. Beautiful work. Here's Hannah, able to stand it up, but was it deep enough? It was. 3 white lights. Hannah currently sitting in our 6th spot on forecasted total.
446 on platform 4. That's A&N Strength Services.
Bars loaded for Alyssa on platform 1, 336 pounds in our Team 3 age division. Shows she is between the ages of 18 and 19. Sabrina here on platform 2. She's in a tight battle for third at the moment with Carmen Hu, Marissa Ikeda. Both only separated by 5 kilos on forecasted total. Do you think that was deep enough?
I think it's close.
2-1, and that's the definition of close right there. 2-1. All you need in this sport is 2 white lights from our referees to make it a good lift.
Sometimes,
yep. Go ahead.
sometimes when you have a lift that you think might be close and you turn around and out of the corner of your eye, you see the one red light, and you have to like kind of sit there and count about whether there's 2 whites or not, and it like causes a moment of panic. So good on her for getting that.
Here's Marissa here. She makes this. She'll match Sabrina on total at 462.5. Great work. Sydney Tennell on platform 1. Oh, that's going to be a no lift there for Marissa. So that knocks her down a little bit. That does shake it up. So that puts Sabrina ahead of her on forecasted. Emily Schmid, that's going to be a no lift on platform 1. Or sorry, Sydney Tennell, that's a no lift on platform 1. Emily Schmid is up next here, taking the same weight. Katie on platform 2. Missed the opener, went up for the second. Is now on the boards, looking to get some of those kilos back on the last attempt.
Yeah, and she went up by 5. This time she went up by 10, so doubled that jump.
I don't know if that was as deep enough. You know, with that narrow squat stance, it's going to be a lot tougher for our judges to see that. And it was. So that's going to be a no lift there from both the side referees. 2-1. Emily Schmid, nod of approval on the way up. 3 white lights. She is on the board. Sayi Campbell up next on platform 2, 185 kilos, 407 pounds. What a grind that was.
It's exactly what you want your third attempt to look like.
Don't want to leave anything on the platform here at Raw Nationals.
Eve is going to round out our first flight of squats here with 182.5.
And what a last squat that was. My goodness. Good run there. She's going to take us to the top of the order for our next flight. Amy Schmidt, 137.5 kilos. Carmen Hu, last squat attempt here, almost pausing it at the bottom.
Yeah, I saw that. That was definitely showing the judges that she was in the correct position at the bottom. They give her 2-1, good lift. Sometimes a pause can be dangerous because it can kind of make you bobble or a little bit of up and down. Might get you a blue card every once in a while.
But not only that, even if you pause it, what if you're still high? You're
Yeah.
showing the judges that you definitely can't hit the depth. But no issue there for Carmen Hu. She's on the board there. Anna Ayala's coming up next, 190 kilos. Fernanda's going to take the same weight right after her at 418 pounds. Amy Schmid, easy opener there, represented by Sam Strong. Sam Calhoun, former national champion in her own right. Anna Ayala. Again, a great grind there for the third squat. Very happy with that. And that sets up well from a momentum standpoint going into the bench press.
Yeah, we had a nice number of ladies on both of the first 2 flights on both platforms that made all 3 squats.
Jessica on platform 1, 162.5. Here's Fernanda, like I said, taking 418 pounds. and just navigate you all to the schedule for the day. So once we finish with this flight of ladies on platform 1, and after we finish our second flight of ladies on platform 2, we'll be moving on to the bench press. We will take approximately a 10-minute break in between each to allow our spotters and loaders to get the platform set up. We're going to run through all of our attempts on bench press, and we'll do the same exact thing for the deadlifts. And then that's it for the first session of the day.
And then he'll repeat that 2 more times.
And then we do it 2 more times. Yes, we do have 2 more sessions today. Our second session today is going to start at 1:30. Our third session today is starting at 7 o'clock. And on platform 2, Madison Lewis, like you said, already has the American record attempt squat at 205.5. So is going to have to increase that. But that is a junior record. You cannot chip age division records. So she had to go up 2.5 kilos.
The junior record is also the open record.
Oh,
she
is
has
it?
both of them.
So
Yes.
maybe she's just choosing to add a little bit extra distance.
For sure. Well, and I think that the 205 moved well enough that she didn't need to go up by just a 1 kilo. I'm honestly a little bit surprised that we're only at 207.5, so maybe it didn't feel quite as well as it looked. But she also could just be kind of maybe wanting to get a new record, conserve some energy for later, because she's probably looking for a total record at the end of the day, too.
That's right. Madison Lewis is your favorite to win today. And this squat's going to do a lot to keep her in that position.
Well fought through.
3 white lights. Madison Lewis extends her American record and extends the gap between herself, Anna Ayala, Carmen Hu, Sabrina, and Marissa.
Also earns herself a drug test at the end of the day.
That's right. So all of our lifters that hit any sort of national record are going to be immediately grabbed by our doping control staff following completion of their day. USA Powerlifting is a drug-tested powerlifting federation. We are required to test at minimum 10% of the testing pool. Is that not the rule anymore?
They
Decreased
just
it.
changed
That's right.
it. So before it was 10% randomly selected, and now, as we just talked about, if you set a national record, you get pulled. So now it's 5% plus all
5%, okay.
American record attempts, and the American record attempts don't count towards the 5% of randomly selected lifters. So at nationals, because there's a lot of records taken, especially at collegiate nationals, you're probably actually going to end up over that 10% with
Sure.
the American records, not counting towards the 5. But you might be a little under, a little over at any given meet. What that does is it helps manage the local meets, honestly. It makes the local meets easier to run and uphold. And they also, with that change, part of the reason they changed it was because they changed the panel that they were testing, so they have a more extensive testing panel now
That's
than
right.
they used to. But honestly, it is the biggest compliment to get picked to be drug tested, because it probably means that, although it is random and they can pick anybody, it likely means that you had a pretty good day or you set a record.
It's almost a rite of passage to an extent.
Yeah, a lot of lifters will say they want to be good enough to get drug tested.
Alyssa, platform 1 here. Easy opener at 374 pounds. Lana on platform 2. Very excited to see Lana today. First national championship from my hometown of Charlotte, North Carolina. Sorry, she's not in Charlotte anymore. She's in Raleigh, but from the Carolinas. Always good to see representation here on the national stage. Coached by Evan Wimbish, the beltless hero. Easy opener squat there. Depth, not a question. 3 white lights. Diana Chavez on platform 1, 374 pounds. And I like seeing the different approaches that each of our lifters have when, and you can also kind of relate this to the bench as well, but when you see the descent for the squat, you can almost, it is lifter preference, obviously, and on one school of thought, if you drop the bar down a little bit faster, you use that elasticity, you use the bounce, quote unquote, of the knee sleeves. On the complete opposite end of the spectrum, if you have kind of that more tempoed descent, you have a very slow descent, you're really showing that referee where your depth point is, and you're allowing that control to take you there.
Yeah, so you're gonna, with the slower descent, you're gonna have a little bit more time under the bar. Can be a little bit more fatiguing, obviously, especially because you're gonna control that descent down. So it's not just time under the bar; it's time under the bar with flexed muscles. So that's gonna be a little bit more fatiguing. But what it allow you to do is the slowness will allow you to kind of feel where you're at in the squat more. So they'll kind of know, oh, I'm not quite there yet. Okay, there we go. Versus when you go really, really fast, you don't quite have enough time to proprioceptively feel where you're at in your squat.
Here's Emma Lochner, 385 pounds. Just like what we were saying, they're very slow and controlled, really finding that spot of depth and firing on the way up. 3 white lights. Hannah Sass on platform 1 looking to go uprights in here, 319 pounds.
I've seen a lot this weekend of lifters who, with the belts with the prongs, have been not tucking their belt in fully on their squat and having it kind of out there. That's something I haven't honestly seen a ton before. I don't know if it's a little bit of a new trend or not. I'm not sure what the benefit is there, but it's definitely intentional.
It's a depth deceiver.
Yeah?
It's a depth deceiver. By having that loop out and showing it kind of in front, in view of that head referee, you're kind of almost obstructing that view of depth from that head referee to an extent.
Okay.
Rachel Karam, 3 white lights. Good opener there for her. She's out of New York. Carlo Arroyo, platform 2. 341, super easy. Rocking the black and gray A7. Shout out to our presenting sponsor, A7. Kira Thompson here, not her first time on the national stage. In the ladies open 75 kilo class, 180 kilos on the bar for her. Katie Richardson on platform 2.
Not her time on the first time on the national stage either. Phenomenal bench press to be seen later from her.
And both of our ladies' 70 and 75 kilo classes are absolutely stacked. Well over 30 lifters in both classes. So both of our classes are going to be split up across all 4 platforms. Janelle Ayala. Janelle Ayala rocking the brand new A7 kit that just dropped a couple weeks ago. She's out of New York as well. Tori Conrad on platform 1, 407 pounds for an opening attempt. And that was strong as ever.
Yeah, you can't ask for it to move better than that.
Again, we want these openers to be something not super, super light, but, I always tell my lifters, if you're feeling bad, you want to do it for 3. You want to hit something that you can do for 3 when you're feeling your absolute worst. And so we can almost expect these openers to move really, really well. If they don't, that's a little bit of cause for concern.
Yeah, so some lifters, when they make their attempt selection, will do a 5-3-1. Their opener will be something they can 5-rep. Their second is something they can triple. And then their last attempt is at or right above or right below what their 1-rep max is. That's kind of the strategy that a lot of lifters will use. But obviously everybody has different percentages and jumps that they'll take based on how different their 5s and their 3s are and how well they handle volume in the gym versus on the platform.
3 white lights there for Sarah Michelich. And right after her, Angel Huang. It's going to take 192.5 kilos. Bar is loaded for her. She's going to be our last lifter in the flight before we take you back to the top of the order. Here's Carly Fox. Again, very smooth opener. You're going to hear us say it a few times. But unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift. 2-1 now. This is a little bit different. She got a red light from the side referee for depth. We've seen that. That's the red light. But she got a red light with a blue card from the side referee. What could that have been?
So, based on what I saw, it's probably the lockout at the top, maybe a little bit of soft knees, probably not standing up all the way with the commencement or at the completion of the squat. So, that's kind of a cause for the blue card. The blue card could have also been bar path. Didn't really see that a ton there. But when something like that happens and you have a 2-1 decision on a no lift, okay, it's already 2-1. Okay, you're thinking, okay, maybe not, go to the jury. But when it's 2-1 and you have 2 different color cards, that's one where they're going to tell you to go ask. Probably still not going to get it because the jury probably agreed with one or the other of the color cards. But it's worth asking, especially because there's a clear disagreement between all 3 platform referees.
And it's an important distinction, too, in contrast to local level meets where the referees on the platform could tell you what that infraction is. You cannot go to the referees once they give you the infraction on the platform. You have to go to the jury in order for them to tell you what that infraction is. Amy Schmidt, platform 1, 319 pounds. We're on to second attempts here there. Lauren DeBetta, 363-pound opener. Coach Coombe in the corner, happy with that one. 3 white lights. Jessica's up next on platform 1, 374 pounds. Brittany Robb taking the same weight. We've got Brittany and then Erica, and they're going to take us back to the top of the order here with Shakina and Daniela. Both lifters get the squat command. Both look solid to me. I didn't see any issues for depth on either lifter. Neither did the refs. 3 white lights. Bar's getting loaded now. Whitney Weidenborner going up 10 kilos.
Last squat opener of the session presented by Erica on platform 2.
Strong rock out as well. That's 374 pounds. Very fast. 2-1. It's going to be a good lift. Did get a side call from that referee on depth, but again, 2-1 is all you need. Whitney Weidenborner, high bar squatter as well. One of the first ones that we've seen throughout this week. Now, there's obviously that is lifter preference, you know, what feels better, what their body will allow them to do. But generally speaking, that low bar position is going to allow you to have the bar obviously a little bit lower on your back. It's going to allow your hips and your back and your butt and your glutes to take a little bit more of the load, let you squat a little bit more. However, some folks are built different. Some folks are stronger with high bar. It's all a matter of preference.
We talked about like making depth. Sometimes the position of the bar on your back can inhibit or help your ability to make depth. And I think that sometimes when you have a low bar stance and you have a really forward lean because of the low bar stance, it can cause you to not make that depth. So maybe if that low bar was giving you depth troubles, you can kind of pop that bar back up a little higher and it can help you stay a little bit more upright and tuck down more.
No lift there for Lindsay on platform 1. She got 2 yellow cards. And with that being our catch-all card, I'm not sure what that could have been. It could be anything from the feet moving after the squat command was given, the hands moving, missing a command. Could be any of those. Shakina Crooks, we are at the top of the lineup here.
No doubt about it.
And just an update, Daniela, who went prior to Shakina, she is on the board now. She did make 135. Alyssa with bearded barbell, 2-1. That's going to be a good lift for her. And Lana making her way up to the platform, 319 pounds. Bars loaded for Cameron here. She gets set up under 177. Interesting 10-kilo jump from missing that first attempt on depth. Hoping the extra gravity assist can get her that extra little bit. It's going to be close.
I think it was better than her first one.
Good lift, 3-1.
Moved quite well also, so she can still definitely probably, honestly, go another 10 for her third, probably.
And it's not an easy thing to make those adjustments. You know, you're training a certain way for months and months and months leading up to this competition. And all of a sudden you get on the platform and you have to change your technique in order to meet the referee's standards. That's not an easy thing to adapt to. So more power to our lifters who are able to adjust on the platform and make it happen so they get on the board. Samantha Nahr, 3 white lights for a 10-kilo jump. Kayleen, another high bar squatter here, 12.5-kilo jump. It's going to be a good lift. And again, we've got our open 70 and 75-kilo weight class. 70-kilo weight class was in the prior flight. This flight is the 75-kilo weight class. Stephanie Divino, Ventropic Training Systems. Very smooth second attempt. But that's going to be a no lift from all 3 judges with a yellow card. I don't know what that could have been.
I didn't visually see anything, so what that says is maybe we missed a command.
Yeah. My guess is probably the rat command. That's generally the one that's missed most often. Most people don't miss the squat command because you're standing there waiting for the ref to tell you when to squat. But that rat command is very kind of easy to miss. You know, a lot of times when you're in the gym, you're not training that rat command, it's very easy to just immediately start walking that bar in when you're done with the squat. But you have to wait for the referee to tell you when to do so. Hannah Sass. Big belt loop in the front. 3 white lights. Looks good. Carla Arroyo up next, 162.5 kilos. I think that's good depth there from Nishaya. 3 white lights.
Yeah, what I liked about that squat was you could definitely tell that she picked a focal point and was kind of looking at it the whole time. Maybe it looks like it was a little bit higher up in the ceiling, but you could see her eyes were locked on the same spot the whole time.
Good lift there, Carla Arroyo. Up next, Kate Richardson. Kate Richardson, we're really going to be excited to see her in her bench press later on today. She does have the heaviest opener on this platform. Kira Thompson, though, on platform 1 has a pretty sizable opener as well, 117.5. So we'll be watching to see how that battle shakes out in the open 75 class. Kate Richardson doing all she can at the moment to keep the gap alive, 162.5 for her.
And that ties her competition best that she just set in March.
Rachel Karam, Janelle Ayala. Rachel Karam, 187.5 kilos, 10-kilo jump. This is 413 pounds. Janelle Ayala, Coach Gabby in the corner, put on 374 for her second attempt. That looked fast enough in terms of speed, but was the depth there? It was. 3 white lights. Good run there for Rachel as well. Same thing, 2-1, good lift. Did get a depth call from the head referee. And if you all are watching, the head referee in relation to the camera is just off to the side here and just behind. And so they don't have the exact angle that we're getting. Arguably, the referees have a much better angle of what we're seeing on the platform. Here's Kira Thompson, 190 kilos. Carly Fox looking to get on the board. Three white lights. Takes a sigh of relief as she goes into third attempts. Big squat there from Kira. Really needed that to keep the hope alive for catching Sarah Michulich in the open 75-kilo class. Angel Wong and Cameron Diana still. We've got a couple different battles going on that we're going to be keeping you all informed on. Sarah Michulich at the moment in the open 75-kilo class, slated for a 507.5-kilo total. Kira Thompson and Angel Wong only separated by 2.5 kilos. Angel Wong still to take her second attempt here shortly. And then we've got we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-way battle for fourth place between Cameron, Tori, Alyssa, and Rachel. That was 4. That wasn't 5.
Yeah, we had a couple people yesterday who missed out on a medal by about 2.5 kilos, and we'll probably have a similar situation today with how many people are in the race and how many people are in the class and just how competitive it can be. It's a real heartbreaker at the end of the day, though.
Oh my goodness, this entire women's raw open 75-kilo class is a tough one. Janae Hester, it's a good lift there. There is only, let's see, 445, 447. There's only 12 kilos separating the pack, the entire pack.
And
this is going to be a close race.
Yeah, that's about one deadlift. Missing or making one deadlift can make that difference.
Here's Sarah Michulich up in the lead at the moment. Very good squat there. Now Angel Wong up next. Ideally, Sarah Michulich is going to try and wait as long as she can to see how Angel does for this squat so she can see what she needs for her third. Although you do only have 1 minute to get that attempt in, so she'll probably have to put in a number regardless if Angel hits this or not.
Yeah, and both Sarah and Angel are in both the junior and the open and looking well to medal in both of them, so they are going to kind of be looking at each other.
We got to keep an eye out as well for Tori Conrad. She is only 10 kilos behind at the moment. And then Brooke Underdown, only 2.5 kilos behind her. Cameron Diana, 5 kilos behind her. This is a super close race. Good squat there from Angel. Sarah Michulich already put in a 205 squat. That's going to give her forecasted total of 515. So Angel will need a pretty sizable jump in order to contend with that. However, she does have the squat advantage here, so this would be the squat that we would want to add it on.
So from my perspective, the attempt selection at that 205 was made considering that if she makes that and Angel misses, she's above her after the squats by 2.5 kilos. I think that if you start yourself off with a tiny itty bitty lead and you get a tiny itty bit on everything, you can set yourself up well. So I'm gonna guess that that's why they took that as opposed to maybe matching that 10 kilo jump that she had initially taken. Just trying to just put yourself in the lead just by a hair.
Good lift there, Brittany Robb. 3 white lights. Very deep squat from Amy Schmidt. That's a good lift, 3 white lights. Bars loaded for Daniela now. And we are on third attempts for both platforms. Jessica on platform 1, 177.5 kilos. Daniela taking 314 pounds. Bars loaded for Jessica. Very smooth third for Daniela. But it's going to be a no lift there, 2-1 from both of our side referees. And that was going to be a close call that looked about parallel from our angle as well. Jessica stands it up, solid grind. Good lift, 3 white lights. All right, Lana taking her last squat attempt at 330 pounds. Hits the wall, but stands it up well.
Excellent fight to finish that out.
On the board with 2-1. Lindsey Thompson up next. Missed that second attempt on yellow card, so it's possible there was a command that was missed. Did go up 2.5 kilos for this last one. Good grind. I didn't see anything immediately wrong. Could be a depth call, possibly. Never mind. 3 white lights. I enjoy being wrong.
Yeah, I think she did amazing to hold that as a side-to-side wobble and not an up-and-down wobble.
Shakina, another grind on platform 2, 330 pounds, 2-1. That's going to be a good lift. This is what we want to see, ladies and gents. We want to see big squats. We want to see big grinds. We need to keep the momentum going throughout bench and deadlift. Bars loaded for Whitney. Bars loaded for Stephanie. Good grab there by the spotters and loaders. I wonder if they grabbed it just a tad early.
Yeah, I was looking at that. If she thinks she has it and she thinks that it was grabbed early, they can go ask. Like, she could be granted a reattempt at the end of the flight, but it's also up to whether she thinks she could retake it again and do it.
Absolutely.
And then whether the jury agrees that it was or was not an early pull.
Alyssa, platform 1. Samantha, platform 2. Alyssa's got 402 pounds on the bar. Samantha's got 341. All right, Alyssa of Mountain Man Fitness. Big squat there. And then 2 white lights for Alyssa, so she finishes out 3 for 3 on her day. Bars loaded now. Hannah Sass bringing the energy. 7.5 kilos up to 352 pounds. Diana Chavez, 407 pounds. Diana Chavez taking her time with that brace. Good grind there. And that's a good lift. She'll finish out 3 for 3. Moving on next, Cameron Dana. Even 10-kilo jumps across the board, keeping the same game plan here. Carla Arroyo on platform 2, 7.5 kilos up. Ooh, Carla stands it up. Good lift there.
A lot of fight back-to-back from all these ladies.
This is a dogfight by definition. The 75-kilo class, open and junior, is going to come down to deadlifts. Kate Richardson.
And like we said, she had matched her comp best with her second attempt, so she's attempting a platform PR.
Excellent squat there. She looks so happy with that one. 2 to 1. That's going to be a good lift. 1 depth call from the side ref. Kayleen stands up 190 kilos, a big 418 pounds. And what a celebration that is. 3 white lights for Kayleen Pham.
I liked how she didn't actually walk her squat in. She just leans forward and kind of lets the spotters guide it in for her. That'll help make sure that she never, ever jumps that rack command that we talked about some people do earlier.
Lauren DeBetta retaking 170 kilos. She did miss her second attempt at that on depth. Or sorry, on strength. Spotters notice had to grab that from her. Let's see if she can dig it out for this last one. Emma Lochner on platform 1 going up to 192.5 kilos. Hits the bottom. Lauren stands it up. Emma's got to get help from the spotters and loaders. And that's a good lift for Lauren. 5 lifters left on both platforms, and then we're going to be taking a 10-minute break for both. Nashaya, 192.5 kilos. Janelle Ayala, taking 391 pounds. Both ladies 6 for 6 on white lights with their first and second attempts.
Indicates strong technicality, easy on the nerves.
Saw a little bit of, yeah, there's going to be a little bit of up and downward motion, I imagine, with Nachaya's attempt there. Good lift there for Janelle on 2. 2 to 1, yep, so we saw some up and downward motion there. And it was close. I would still call that a gym PR. I stood it up. That's going to be my new max that I'm working off of.
For sure, gym PR. I think she had it right up until that very last secondary sticking point at the top.
It was very close. A good attempt either way. Kiera Thompson's going to take the same weight, 192.5 kilos. Corinne Tomlinson going up 2.5 kilos to 396 pounds. Three white lights there. Here's Kiera, gets the start command. Exceptional work there. Kiara Thompson inching her way into the top 5. Janae Hester up next, taking the same weight at 396. That was fast.
Yeah.
Relatively fast for a third attempt. Good lift there for her. We are cruising right along, folks. We've only got a few more lifters left in each flight before we take our 10-minute break. Rachel Karam, 195 kilos. Carly Fox, ready for the start command on platform 2. Good grab there from the spotters and loaders. She is on the board there with that second attempt at 170.
Just got caught off balance at the bottom.
Good grab there for Rachel. Nothing going there for that last one. Bars loaded for Erica Johansson. And our spotters and loaders are getting the bar ready for Tori Conrad on platform 1. And then it's Sarah Michelich and Angel Wong.
Oh, we just found out that Elizabeth Poe's third squat was overturned. It's a good lift. Give her a round of applause.
Good grab there by the spotters.
That was quite the grind for Elizabeth Poe.
And our last squatter of the session over on platform 2, Brittany Robb, taking 185 kilos. Looking to round out platform 2 with a nice 407-pound squat. Tori Conrad, slow and steady. Does she win the race? No lift, unfortunately. 2-1 on depth from the head ref and the side ref. Here's Brittany Robb. And it's got to get help from the spotters and loaders there for that last attempt, but that is all right. But that is going to be the end of our coverage of the squat on platform 2. We've got Sarah Michelich and Angel Wong finishing up their squats on platform 1. And then this stream is going to take a break for a few short minutes. And then we will pop back on when the bench is ready to go. Here's Sarah Michelich.
Over 450 with this 205.
Currently only 5 kilos behind Angel Wong. But again, we've still got deadlifts. She is a big deadlifter. That's going to set the placings up well, but this does give her a good advantage there. 3 white lights, 451 pounds, and now Angel Wong gets to answer with 210 kilos, 463 pounds. This is going to keep her within 2.5 kilos of Sarah Michelich. It's going to come down to how much each lady is going to jump for their deadlifts.
Last squat of the session.
Here we go. Angel Wong, 463 pounds, 210 kilos for the ladies' junior 75-kilo class and the ladies' open 75-kilo class. It's there. Didn't see any up and downward motion. I don't think depth looked okay. 3 white lights for Angel Wong, and the battle is on for the 75-kilo class, and that is going to be it for our coverage of the squat. Like I said, we're going to be taking a little short break, and we will be back in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to session 1 of USA Powerlifting Raw National Championships here in Chicago, Lombard, Illinois, at the Westin Lombard. My name is Nick Stevens, and I'm joined by
Tia Badger.
and we are getting your action started on the bench press for Platform 2. Platform 1 is just getting started up here in a few short moments. But now we are on our bench press. This is our second event of the day, and arguably the most complex and the most unpredictable of the three. The lifters have a few more commands they have to listen to, a few more rules they have to abide by in order to make sure their bench is acceptable for our referees. And so you can hear the music turned down, the energy is turned down just a little bit, but in relation to that, the focus is jacked up to 11.
Yeah, every bench has about 20 technical aspects to it. You want to make sure your feet are in exactly the right spot. You want to make sure that your arch is exactly the right tightness. You're listening for the 3 commands that you get on bench press as opposed to the 2 on squat or the 1 on deadlift. So there's just a couple more things to think about and make sure we're kind of making responsive to the commands that we're receiving and the cues that we're getting.
Sophia Vedas opens 70 kilo weight classes. Her opener bench at 77.5 kilos, just over body weight, 170 pounds. 2-1, that's going to be a good lift for her with a yellow card from the side referee. And for, like we saw with squat, we saw a lot of depth calls. With bench, you're going to see probably a lot of yellow cards from our side referees. And that's probably because you're going to see some heels come up. You're going to possibly see some daylight between the butt and the bench. That's going to be a no lift. You have to keep your butt on the bench, like you said. And make sure we hit our commands. A lot of people will jump that press command or press before the referee tells them to. A lot of people will rack a little bit early before the referee tells them to. All of those are going to be considered yellow cards.
Yeah, you're basically that red card that you saw on squat a whole bunch for depth. You can say goodbye for it for now because you're not really going to see it too much on bench. So definitely probably a lot of yellows, couple blues. You'll be able to kind of more tell what the blue is. You'll see that up and down motion or that soft lockout a little bit. But on yellow, we get to play a little bit of a guessing game. So we're trying to pay as much attention as possible throughout the bench so that we can tell you what we think went wrong if something goes wrong.
And like you were saying, with the bench, we're not going to see any, hardly, red X's with red cards underneath that. That would indicate that the lifter did not bring the bar all the way down to the chest. Well, the lifter is likely not going to get that press command unless they do bring the bar to the chest. That's generally for equipped powerlifting, where it is a little bit harder to get the bar to the chest due to the restriction of the bench shirt. However, this is raw powerlifting, so we're probably not going to see very many issues with that. Juliana Janes, 88 pounds for the Team 2 lifter.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want that first bench opener to look like. We talked about how you want a squat opener to look good. You really, really want a bench opener to look good.
Absolutely.
You can fight a little bit through a couple squats, but on bench, because it is so technical and there's absolutely zero room for error because of that, you really need your first bench to be even easier than your first squat. You want it to look good, and if it's moving a little slow, that can be a struggle on bench 2 and 3.
That's right. And bench press, especially when you get to that third attempt bench press, that is statistically speaking, that's the most commonly missed lift across the 9 attempts that a lifter will take in a meet. And so it's all the more important to keep that opener light and set yourself up well so that you don't become part of the statistic, so that you get that third attempt. And that third attempt bench, I've seen take people out of the running from that podium position because all it takes, like you said, especially at Raw Nationals, is just that 2.5 kilos. And 2.5 kilos with bench can mean the difference between it moving like what we would say an RPE 6, RPE 7, with it just not moving off your chest at all. Great opener there from Fernanda. Very technical bench as well. And when we say a bench is more technical, that's just saying that they're utilizing a lot more of an arch and they're taking a lot more time with their setup. Again, that is lifter preference. There's no right or wrong answer to how a lifter sets up. It's all a matter of what they want, so long as it's in the confines of the movement. Looks like Karina got the replace command there over on platform 1.
This is the Minnesota Department of Lifter Safety on platforms 2 and 1. Give them a big round of applause.
Maybe they adjusted her foot box.
Okay, and so she did time out there, unfortunately. So that's going to be a no lift, and I wonder what the initial replace command was for. Now, the replace command does cut from the head referee, and that is a command for the spotters to take the bar back into the rack due to some sort of positional issue with the lifter's starting position. So whether the butt not be completely in contact with the bench, whether the heels aren't fully in contact with the floor, whether the arms aren't fully locked out. Those are generally the most common things that would cause a replace command, and that does affect the lifter's time because the clock is still running at that point. That does add an extra level of pressure.
Yeah, we kind of say that if you have a quick setup, you probably have time to re-rack once. But if you have a long setup, you probably don't have time to re-rack and reset up.
All the more reason to make it that much more perfect. This is why bench is so much more technical.
It did have it happen once where I got a re-rack command 3 times and still got the bench off without timing out, but I think that was the most stressful 60 seconds of my powerlifting.
What was the adjustment?
It was a foot.
It was the, yep, and that's very common, you know. And you're looking at a venue like Raw Nationals where the lights are kind of shining down a little bit on our lifters. These shoes, it's very easy for the heel to look like it's coming up. You know, a lot of the heels of these shoes are contoured to the foot of our power lifters. These are performance shoes so that they stick to the bench.
Yeah, and sometimes lifters, a lot of lifters are kind of lifting like Converse and stuff. So those have a little bit of a curve up at the back of the shoe.
Yep.
So if they have any sort of bend in their foot at all, it just makes it look that much more exaggerated.
Yep, Converse, Vans. And to an extent, that is something that you can train for.
Yes.
You know, ideally, you want to practice how you play. You want to bench in the same shoes that you train in. But more often than not, that's just something that is natural, not something that many people are thinking about.
Yeah, and I would say that if you're having a little bit of a repeated issue with your foot coming off the ground, wear your squat shoes during bench. Put your heels on because then your foot starts off the ground, and those shoes, a lot of shoes with heels, squat shoes, don't have as much flexibility, so you like can't have part of your foot off the ground
Exactly
as
right.
much.
Yep. Alana on platform 1, 70 kilos and 154 pounds. Katie on taking 226 pounds. Opening with a 2-plate date is what we call it in a commercial gym. So if you see Katie on the bench with 2 plates on there, I promise you she doesn't need a spot. She's got it. Beautiful. And to an extent, you can almost predict how the bar moves based on where that lifter holds the bar. If that lifter has a very wide grip on the bar, very similar to an extent to a sumo deadlift. If those hands are very wide on the bar, it's going to be a little bit slower. If that lifter has a sticking point, it's going to be a little bit slower off the chest, but that lockout could come a little bit easier. Conversely, with a close grip bench, it's going to be a little bit faster off the chest, but that sticking point is going to be really hard once you get to the midway point close to lockout, once those triceps have to get involved. Good lift there for Sydney, 3 white lights. Eve's going to come up next with 165 pounds. Here's Sabrina looking to start off her bench run for the 70-kilo class. Good opener there for her. Sabrina currently sat in second behind Anna Ayala, just 2.5 kilos ahead of Carmen Hu. Very fast opener there from Eve, exactly what we want to see. 3 white lights. And here's Madison Lewis, your current front runner in the junior 70 kilo class. And with that, bench does put her as the front runner in the open as well. 3 white lights. Marissa is up next on platform 2 with 117.5. Bar is loaded. Here's Emily Schmid on platform 1.
And Karina did get granted a reattempt there.
Yep.
A little bit of a struggle to put it into the lifting cast. I've been watching it flip back and forth for about the last 20 seconds. But I'm guessing that they gave her that reattempt. I think they had something wrong with the setup on the bar. I mean, you saw them try to move the box right away, and then they sent her away, have her redo it at the end of the flight. The reason for that is just if she had already gotten the lift off and was in that moment of the bar, they will allow her to reset and go at the end of the flight. Now, that is rough for her because she gets to redo her opener and take it as an opener. However, she was near the beginning of that flight, so she's probably going to be back near the beginning or a couple spots down into the second flight, so she's going to have to kind of bench back to back.
Gonna have to wait and see how Karina fares. Alyssa Wenzel, good lift there, 77.5 kilos. Gabrielle Whitaker up next. And that was a no lift for Marissa on her opener. She did still elect to go up 2.5 kilos. Now, with squat, you can kind of get away with that. With bench, it's a little bit trickier to add that extra little bit. So we'll see what happens for Marissa here. Let's see if she can get on the board. But we're back to the top of the order here with Stacy. Very strong. 3 white lights for her. And Karina, again, with that relift, will lift after Sarah Munoz does. And that will technically be her opener. And then based off of what she puts in for her second attempt, like you said, she could squat within 3 or 4 lifters right after that. It's a tough go. But at Nationals, how well can you rise to the occasion and execute? How much of an athlete can you be?
Yeah, I think if you're granted that reattempt, especially on that opener, you gotta take it. There's an element to be said about, not taking a reattempt on a third, conserving energy, but on an opener, you need that.
Absolutely. Sophia, 7 kilos up to 85 kilos. Sophia, coach with collaborative strength, as well as barbell rehab, and a part of our women's committee. National level referee doing the business of powerlifting, showing that you can do all of the things and still get it done on the platform. 3 white lights for her. Now here's Karina on 1 with that relift. 52.5 kilos, 115 pounds. Bars loaded for her. Here's Rachel Barnes on platform 2, 85 kilos. We are on to second attempts on platform 2. So far, white lights for our first few lifters. Stacy, Sharon, Sophia, Rachel, all looking good. Here's Karina. Gets a start command here for that opener. And she's on the board with that. Didn't see very many issues,
No.
if any.
The suspense was killing me. I was like intently watching the reattempt. We took a while on the setup, but that was excellent.
Your silence was making me nervous. I thought something was happening over there.
Sorry.
Camelia Patterson on 2. Bit of a rough go on squat. Saved by the 3rd attempt. Got her opener bench, looking to keep the momentum going through her 2nd attempt. And that's going to be a no lift there. Looked on strength more than anything there. And I've seen crazier comebacks at nationals. So let's see if she's able to dig deep for that last attempt. And we are on to 2nd attempts on platform 1 now. 42.5 kilos for Amalia was a good lift. Juliana James is going to take the same weight. That's 93 pounds. And now Juliana, you didn't see anybody standing in front of her, but with Fernanda, you see someone standing in front of her lifting that bar off. That is another point of lifter preference. A lot of folks need a lift off or assistance getting that bar out of the rack, especially if you have a super technical bench with a high arch. You don't have a lot of movement, extra movement to go. And so the lifter, before they come out to that platform, is going to let the head spotter of that platform know, hey, I want to lift off. And ideally, you would want to explain it to them fairly quickly. You can only go out there and explain what you want that lift off to be after your bar is called loaded. You only have a minute, so you want to be sure it's quick, concise, and repeatable, because that lifter is probably giving handoffs to the entire flight. So you want to be sure they remember you.
Yeah,
All the things you have to think about to make sure that your bench is executed as well as it can be.
that liftoff is totally up to the lifter, whether they want it or not. And mostly the decision with that simply has to deal with how they train. If they train late at night by themselves, perhaps, or really early in the morning, or just kind of, a lone wolf in the gym and don't want to talk to people and ask for a liftoff, they won't take a liftoff in practice, and so they probably won't take one in the competition because they're used to not taking it. Now, say you train with a group or with a team, or maybe you're on a collegiate team. You have so many people there to hand you a lift off, so there's always somebody that can give you one. You're used to training with it, then you're going to compete with a handoff. And that's just kind of keeping those variables controlled as much as possible to how you practice versus how you compete on the platform. But I think that Raw Nationals is a little bit more of an individual nationals compared to like collegiate nationals, so I think that we're seeing a lot more people who are choosing to use their own self handoff.
Saeed Campbell, good 2nd attempt there, 220.
Casual 100 kilos.
Now here's Karina, like we said, coming up within 4 lifters of herself, within 4 attempts, which is a very fast turnaround. So only electing to go 2.5 kilos up, which is the safest bet, I think.
Yeah, she benched, and then there was 2 lifters in between, and now she's going again. But they are giving her a 2-minute clock, it looks like.
Yep, and so generally speaking, depending on how many lifters there are, I'm not sure the exact time increment, but generally speaking, however many lifters there are before you, if you have to take a relift, they're going to allot you some compensatory time just so that you're not having to lift back-to-back like that. And that's just a courtesy from our referees.
Yeah, and you won't ever see it at nationals, but if flights are small enough, they'll add time at the end of every flight, too, sometimes, just to make sure lifters get enough standard time in between their lifts and have enough time to reset and adjust. Hear the battle cry on platform 2. It's important. Get the adrenaline up a little bit on bench. Don't think quite so much and just power through it.
It's so interesting to see the differences in approaches. You have some people that go into it guns blazing, full bore, all of the hype in the world, but then you have some folks that want that calmness, that want that peace, that focus.
Yeah, and sometimes people will change that calmness or intensity in between lists too. Well, maybe you gotta be calm for your opener, but excited for your third, or maybe you're an excited deadlifter but calm squatter.
Mariah Urban, 187. Mariah Papaya. Come on, Mariah.
Katie on. Textbook bench press there, I think. 3 white lights, 5 kilo jump. All right, Karina, bar is loaded for her. She is ready to go for her second attempt. And Sabrina on platform 2 is going up 5 kilos as well. Sabrina in a tight race, currently forecasted in 4th and sat in 4th on both ends. Good press there from Karina. Good use of her time, and she's on the board. Maybe. LiftingCast is a little bit slow. And that's a good lift. Yep, 3 white lights. Here's Brooke Robinson up next. 5 kilos up for the Team 2 lifter. Madison Lewis getting set up here again. Madison, your front runner. In the junior and open 70 kilo class. That's a good lift for Brooke on platform 1. Amy's going to take the same weight right after her.
That was a very strong press for Madison.
All right, here's Marissa going up 2.5 kilos from her missed opener. She got 2 red lights from the side referees, and that's a yellow card underneath that. Like we said, we're going to see that a little bit more frequently. It's possible that the butt came up or the heels were up. Or it's very possible that we jumped to command as well, but you would normally see that from the head referee rather than the sides. So we'll see how this looks. That looked fine to me.
I agree.
Yep. A 2-1, though. No lift for Marissa. And now in that regard, I would almost immediately go to the jury and figure out what the issue was. So from our review, the only thing that I could really see was if that heel came up or there was some daylight underneath the hips, but truly didn't see anything there. Very interested. We'll be watching out to see what she does. She needs her last bench, though. That puts her in a pretty tough position. She was looking to run in the top 5 here, but now at risk of not being able to post a total at all. Good lift there for Hannah Pollock on 2. And we are now on 3rd attempt. Stacy adding 2.5 kilos, gets past the sticking point, slow and steady, finds the lockout. And that's going to be a good lift, 2-1. Alana on platform 1, 75 kilo increase for her. Camelia Patterson did miss her second attempt on strength. We'll see what happens here for her. Camelia Patterson here again, platform 2. This is 187 pounds. She is on the board with an 80 kilo opener, but needs this if she wants to extend her total. Oh, I've seen crazier things happen. Can she find the lockout? Oh, no, looks like the feet started slipping a little bit.
Definitely the feet slide there. You lose that leg drive. That bench goes out the window.
Still a good attempt there from Camellia. She is on the board regardless. Good lift there for Sydney. 3 white lights on platform 1. Sharon Jones, 87.5 kilos. Getting a lift off from Tyler. Head spotter and loader coordinator along with Cordarius Harris. Very thankful for all of their work this week. Probably one of the best third attempts we've seen thus far. Sharon Jones leaving just enough in the tank. You got to think, too, especially if you have a very technical bench, you're using a lot of tension in your lower back, and that's going to affect how you warm up for deadlifts shortly after that. And so by giving yourself enough space to work on that third attempt, you're saving a ton of energy and a ton of weight to put on the bar throughout your deads without any risk of injury.
Yeah, a lot of times the athletes who kind of have that little bit of a higher arch can cramp up a little bit. It's not what you want.
I don't even have a high arch, and I cramp up myself, so. Good grab there from the spotters and loaders. Rachel Barnes not quite able to lock out that 87.5, but only loses 2.5 kilos on the total. Again, we can get that back with deadlifts. Oh my gosh, Emily Schmid can put another 5 kilos on there and move probably the exact same. That was excellent. And for a lot of folks, bench press is that lift where, if you're stronger on squat and deadlift or you're stronger on one or the other, bench is going to be that lift that's going to give you that extra little bit. You want to be sure that you're clean run through bench, because if your more unpredictable lifts are squat and deadlift, if your bench starts to become unpredictable, then that makes your entire performance up in the air. Bars loaded for Alyssa, 82.5 kilos. A little bit longer on the start command there. And for our lifters to get the start command, both side referees have to have their hands down. And the referees will not put their hands down unless they see that all 3 points of contact with the bench are kept, that being the shoulders, the hips, and the feet with the floor. Fernanda, 95 kilos, 209 pounds. Nothing doing there. A little bit harder to get off the chest.
Yeah, I think she brought it more up towards her shoulders a little bit than she maybe did on the last time, and that's why I got stuck.
And again, any small misgroove outside of your normal range of motion, that is going to throw your bench out the window. It's a lot easier to recover from the mistakes when you are squatting and you're holding the weight, or when you're deadlifting and you're picking up the weight. But with bench, when the weight is on top of you, it's a lot harder to recover.
Yeah, they made Sarah hold that for a little bit at the top. I think they were looking at her elbow, trying to decide maybe whether it was fully locked out or not to start. They gave her the start command, but I think it kind of threw her off a little bit.
And that was a no lift there for Sarah, so likely we'll retake that for the third. Hannah Jenny, very slow and controlled descent.
Yeah, and that was our first miss from that first flight of ladies on bench. So impeccable job over there. Incredibly high hit rate.
Gabrielle Whitaker, very fast ascent. And just as fast of an ascent, but that's going to be a no lift across the board.
100% beat the start command. Or kind of bobbled right before it and then reset herself. Could have also kind of been given a blue card for that maybe, but
Good grab there by the spotters for Sayi Campbell. Amalia Zarapova, 45 kilos locked and loaded for her. It's a beautiful bench there. Again, we want to see clean third attempt benches here. It's going to set us up well with great momentum going into pulls. Juliana Jane's up next, 45 kilos. Same weight there, 99 pounds. Carmen Hu up next. Currently in the battle with Anna Ayala for that second place spot. And it really comes down to execution. That's why we say we need to make as many of these lifts as possible. In contrast to a local meet, I was talking to my co-host about this yesterday, in contrast to a local meet where you're going max effort each and every attempt, you're trying to build that qualifying total. Once you get to nationals, you're lifting to win. And so it's not about who can lift the heaviest, it's who can lift the smartest throughout the entire meet.
Yeah, a lot of lifters sometimes like to get focused on, oh, I want to break my PR on squat bench and deadlift and total and push-pull and set all the state records. And at nationals, that's not what's important. You can set your state records anywhere. You can set them at your qualifying meets, but at nationals, you just want to make sure that you can build as many kilos onto your total as you know you can hit to build a bigger subtotal to get a bigger total at the end of the day.
That's right. Katie on under 110 kilos, 242 pounds. Coach Sean Collins in the corner of Sincere Training Systems, Barbells and Cats. And that's going to be a no lift for Karina for her last bench attempt. And Karina, a bit of a rough go, like we said, having to take that re-lift, and that does take you out of your rhythm. But she did get her second attempt at least and only missed 2.5 kilos up, so can definitely get that back on the pulls. Brooke Robinson, 62.5 kilos. Great work there from Brooke. Sabrina Nguira. Again, retaking 112.5 kilos, 248. That's going to be a tough one if she's able to lock it out. That touch at the chest was a little bit iffy. It's kind of a floater there, but she is coming away with her opener at 107.5. Bit of a rough go, so that does affect her placings a little bit. And again, we're going to see how all of these placings shake up. We're just talking about, when we're talking about forecasted totals, we're talking about the lifts that they have already hit in addition to their openers that they have set. And so we can kind of get an idea of what places are going to look like based off those forecasted totals. But like we were seeing, missed lifts, higher jumps, those shake up the standings more often than not. So we'll be taking a look at LiftingCast, and you guys can take a look at LiftingCast as well. www.liftingcast.com/meets. Scroll down to US 2026 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals Day 2. Pick a platform and watch the action. And again, if you guys are following along on YouTube, following along on the stream, be sure to shout out your favorite lifter, where you're watching from, who you're watching for. We like to let our lifters know that once they watch this stream back, they've got folks supporting them from all across the country. And if you guys have any questions, please feel free to let us know. Now, Marissa needs this third attempt bench to stay in the meet. I don't like to say that there is pressure, but there is definitely pressure with this last attempt here. Marissa in danger of disqualification.
Yeah, 2 tech fails, so we gotta be perfect here.
Okay, that was 3 light whites. I don't necessarily think I saw anything different compared to the second attempt. It's possible that I was looking, maybe it was that left hip that was giving her some issues, but I didn't really see much of a difference from that third, and that was a good lift.
Yeah, I went back and watched the replay. We both kind of did. We were looking at it, okay, maybe the hip, but that one looked pretty much the same, and I agree it was a good lift that time. So maybe a little flustered at the end of the day there with what exactly that call was. I really hope that she went and asked just for clarification as to what they were looking at there.
Three white lights there for Corinne Tomlinson for her opener. On platform 2, we are on to our second flight here. Shakina Crooks is going to take her opener at 77.5 kilos. Shakina Crooks, very close grip bench here. No wrist straps either. I can always respect when folks choose not to use equipment, showcasing their true raw strength.
Yeah, the wrist wraps on bench are more of a comfortability thing than allowing you to bench more or less. And a lot of lifters, sometimes they can honestly be a little uncomfortable because you kind of got to wrap them tight, or if they can't quite get them even on both hands, they'll just elect not to wear them.
Mm-hmm. And that was a no lift on platform 1 for Sarah Munoz on strength. Carly Fox, platform 1. Sorry, platform 2. 176-pound opener. Little bit slow. It was smooth, but just a little bit slow for an opener. And sometimes you just have lifters that have just slower ranges of motion.
Yeah, I don't think it was slow, like strength slow, because it had a little bit of a pop when she hit the top. So
Sure.
I think it's just how she benches.
Good lift there for Eve on 1. Emily Schmidt's going to come up next, 85 kilos, 187 pounds. Samantha Nars opening attempt on platform 2, 176 pounds. Tyler with the liftoff. Very fast opener there. That's what we like to see. Good lift. Emily Schmid, 3 for 3 through squat, 2 for 2 on the bench. Looking to keep the train a-rolling here. Testament to her ability to execute on the platform, in addition to her coaches and handlers' ability for putting in good attempts, or if she's handling herself, her own ability to put in her own attempts. Masterful play calling here can really make the difference between someone's good or bad meet.
Yeah, so lifters don't have to have a coach like you alluded to. That was chef's kiss
beautiful.
of a bench. But they do have, if you are a lifter who's, following along and thinking of going to a national meet, but you don't have a coach, they do have and are working on developing that Lift Together program where you can just get somebody, not necessarily to coach you, but just to kind of hang out with you and be your buddy on meet day.
Yes, I actually myself just signed up for Live Together as well. So it's a very awesome program that USAPL has started for lifters who are on the national level stage who don't always or might not always have the ability to bring their coach or their handler, or might not have a coach or a handler or anything like that. I think every lifter deserves an opportunity to have the best day possible, and having a handler or a coach is the best way to do that. Yeah, so if you don't have one at home and you're watching, get one.
Yeah, I think powerlifting is kind of beautiful in that way, of the sense that everybody takes care of everybody in the back on the platform in the audience, and so if you need something, you kind of just gotta say something.
Absolutely. Carla Arroyo. Oof, a little bit of a bobble there on bench. I don't think there's any up and down. Okay, so the referee saw up and down, side referee saw a little bit up and downward motion. It was a little bit tough for an opener.
Yeah.
In situations like that, I would not go up in weight. I would keep it the same. I need to get on the board. And depending on how that goes, I would almost even scratch my third, depending on how that moves. Gabrielle Whitaker, big lockout here, going up from her second attempt. And that's a good lift. 3 white lights. The gamble paid off.
Yeah, and she records that big bench at the end of that flight, and we'll move into flight B now.
Lauren DeBetta, easy opener there, 85 kilos. Nice dismount, 3 white lights. Lana Budabanja on platform 2. 92.5 kilos, 203 pounds. Mashaya, easy opener there, 77.5 kilos as well, 3 white lights. We love easy openers. Lana, wide grip bencher, no wrist straps as well. Very smooth. Evan Wimbish knows how to call a play. He'll set Lana up well for a very clean run through the bench press. Janae Hesser's going to come up next. 92.5 kilos is going to be the same weight. Lindsey Thompson with the unrack. Good press out there. And when you have a little bit of a, when you don't have as technical of a bench, or you don't have as high of an arch, or even if your hands are a little bit closer in, you're going to have a longer way to go. That bench, the range of motion for that bench press does increase. And so that's more energy you're expending inherently. And that's going to be something that we're going to kind of predict. We can see how that's going to move for our lifters as they add more weight to the bar. Emma Lochner, no lift off here, 87.5 kilo opener. And Stephanie Davino on 2. Excellent work there for Emma Lochner. Stephanie Davino, really high arch here, really utilizing T-spine mobility, shortening that range of motion. That's going to be a good lift for her, 3 white lights. And in this federation, there is not an elbow depth rule, so our lifters can maximize their position as much as they would like.
Yeah, and that play to your strength theory. I mean, if you can shorten that range of motion to lift a little bit more and you don't, it's just a wasted opportunity.
Strong press there from Daniela. Good lift there for her, and a good lift for Rachel Karam on 1. 3 white lights for both ladies. Diana Chavez up next, 90 kilos, 198 pounds. Janelle Ayala on platform 2. Coached by Gabby Powerlifts. Out of Florida. Janelle herself out of New York. A little bit of a bobble there for Janelle. I didn't see any up and downward motion. It just looked like the bar stopped a little bit. Yep, so that's going to be a good lift there. 3 white lights. And that can happen with an opener weight that is fairly light, relatively speaking, in terms of the rest of your attempts. Sometimes it can move just a little bit too fast. Sometimes you can even see some up and downward motion as well. And so not something that we can't recover from, but something that we do have to watch out for, and something that we can probably try and train around. Here's Cameron getting 92.5 kilos lifted off for herself. Hannah getting the lift off for 220. Strong. No lift there. Did not hear the press command, Hannah says. So that's going to be a no lift. Coach is going to go to the jury. Make sure that the referee can probably come up a little bit closer. That is a request that can be done. The referee can come closer, come out of the chair and give that press command. We've got a lot of music, a lot of weights clanging and banging, a lot of people talking. So it is pretty hard to hear. It's a pretty overstimulating environment. If that lifter needs to have the referee come closer, they can do that. Additionally, if a lifter is hard of hearing or needs additional assistance, they can have the referee give them a slight shoulder tap. Not anything that would impede their movement of the press, but just something, an additional cue to let them know that they are there. Good lift there for Kate.
Yeah, a little bit maybe squiggly for an opener.
I like that term, squiggly. Squiggly opener. Yes, that was a hair slow. Kate Richardson again looking for that top spot. We are on to second attempts on platform 2. Corinne Tomlinson, 80 kilos on the bar for her. And Alyssa on platform 1. Clean bench there. I like what I see. 3 white lights. Ooh, Corinne hit a wall there on that second attempt. It's going to be a no lift. Shakina Crooks up next, going to add 2.5 kilos to that. Whitney Weidenborner on platform 1, 95 kilos, 209 pounds. Very smooth opener for her. So far, all ladies in the flight have made their openers. They are in the meet. Although you're not technically in the meet until you hit your first deadlift. Excellent work, Shakina Crooks. 3 white lights. All right, now here's Carla Arroyo. Some up and downward motion on her first attempt. Smart go to retake the weight here. See if she can clean it up. And add some weight to her total here. Carla Arroyo, open 75 kilo class. Much smoother there in terms of the bar path.
Yeah.
Good lift there for Carla. She's on the board.
I think there's 2 ways you can mess up an opener on bench. One is you disrespect the weight and kind of, oh, it's my opener, it should be easy. You maybe lose a little bit of tension, get a little bit soft. The other way is the entire opposite. We talk about getting a little bit too much adrenaline, getting a little too excited, and then you go out there and you like think that it's going to be the heaviest thing in the world, and you throw it around and it just catches you off guard because it moves a lot faster than you thought it would, and you kind of bobble it because of that. So I think you have to have a happy medium.
Absolutely, and that's all important for not just our lifters, but for their coaches and their handlers to really have a good relationship with their lifter and to have a good idea of what they're capable of on the day so that they set an opener well enough for the strength that they've built throughout their prep.
And you would not want to do this on deadlift or squat, but bench is a lift that's not so fatiguing. If you wanted to, you could test your opener or 2.5 under your opener in the warm-up room if you're like not quite sure about it. I've definitely done that once. Just kind of got to talk to your coach about it. Maybe not every time, but it's not a terrible idea because if the warm-ups are feeling a little off, you need to know.
Exactly, and you're taking small jumps anyway, but like you were saying, to the opposite end of that, it could be a little bit more fatiguing because you're not taking much larger jumps there. And so, again, if you have a coach, ask your coach. If you don't have one or you don't have a handler in your next meet, get one as soon as possible. Brittany Robb, 85 kilos. on platform 2, and Jessica DiGiovanni, platform 1, taking 226 pounds for her opening bench attempt. Good work there for Jessica. 3 white lights. We've got Sarah Michulich and Kiera Thompson up next. Both lifters have very solid benches. The heaviest bench opener on the day for Kiera Thompson, 117.5 kilos. Sarah Michulich, though, here's 231 pounds, 105 kilos. And here, Kiera Thompson looking to try to get a little bit more ground. Good lift there for Sarah Michulich. Lauren DeBetta, a little bit shaky on that second attempt there, but was able to find the lockout well. 3 white lights. Coming up next, Lana going up 2.5 kilos, 209 pounds. Kiera Thompson, 117.5 kilos, 259 pounds. Again, bench press is her lift comparative to the rest of the open 75 kilo field, so looking to gain as much ground as she can in the standings. Right now, Sarah Michulich projected to open fairly decently ahead of both Angel and Kiera. So Kiera looking to close the gap between her and Angel and possibly herself and Sarah Michulich. Good lift on platform 2 for Lana. Janae Hester up next, 97.5 kilos.
The lift is good. Emma, coming up on platform 3, 214 pounds. Push it, Dylan, push it.
Beautiful work, Kiera. All right, she's on the board here. And we're back to the top of the lineup.
She was behind Sarah by 12.5 after squat, but already benched 12.5 more than her. So if she can build a little bit more of a buffer on the bench, then she can maybe try and stave off on the deadlifts yet. But again, the deadlift opener is 20 kilos lower, so she's got to pull out something magical to save some of that ground.
All right, we've got Hannah Sass on platform 2. Did miss her opening attempt at 220 kilos, and that was on bench. Or sorry, and that was on strength. Obviously, we are on bench. That was on strength, I believe. Oh, maybe it wasn't on strength. It was probably a technicality because that moved really, really well. 3 white lights.
She was the lifter who maybe indicated that she didn't hear the command.
That's right. You're absolutely right.
Because, yeah, that flew.
Here's Janelle. 220 pounds for her as well. Lindsay Thompson, strong press. A little bit of a bobble at the chest, but gets 3 white lights and finishes strong. Here's Emma Lochner on platform 1, 92.5 kilos. Ooh, little uneven. I don't know that there was any up and downward motion. Yeah, I didn't see any. So it's going to be a 2-to-1 good lift. Got a yellow card from the side referee, so it looked possibly like one side of her hips came up.
Yeah, because there's definite lean in the middle, so.
And you are allowed to lock out the bar unevenly, just so long as the whole of the bar does not descend within its bar path. Great work there from Stephanie Davino. Rachel Karam up next on 1, taking the same weight, 203 pounds.
A little side to side on one, but that was otherwise pretty nice bench.
Here's Daniela Sierra, 100 kilos. Ooh, can she find lockout? If she does, that's going to be some up and downward motion. Unfortunately, it was pretty clear there. Yep, it's going to be that call from the referees. We saw a yellow card from the right side referee. She'll likely retake that one for the third. Diana Chavez going up 5 kilos herself, 209 pounds. That was an excellent second attempt. It's exactly what we want to see. Good effort, a lot of energy maintained. Not the time to take a really big jump. Not the time for that. Good time to take about an even jump, maybe a little bit less. Keep the same momentum. Kate Richardson. Good lockout there.
And that was better than her opener.
I agree.
So, took a small jump, I think, because of a little struggle on the opener, but did well to adjust and make it better.
Cameron Diana, good press out there at 97.5 kilos. And then Corinne Tomlinson on platform 2 is starting off our third attempts. And just like we did with the squat, we're going to take a 10-minute break once we finish up all of our attempts on both platforms. They will be running independently, so platform 2 is likely going to start ahead of platform 1. It's going to be a no lift there for Corinne. Good grab by the spotters and loaders. Shout out to the Minnesota Department of Lifter Safety on both our platforms today. Very grateful I got to tap in with them for both sessions 2 and 3 last night. Putting in a lot of work this week, and they will be here through that last session tomorrow. Carlo Arroyo, last attempt, 2.5 kilos up. That was strong. And it's a good lift. 3 white lights, Carlo Arroyo. Shaky start on bench, able to finish it off. We'll see her back for the deadlift. Alyssa on platform 1, 100 kilos. Good press out for Alyssa. 3 white lights, good lift for her. Carly Fox shakes the head right as it gets to the chest. She knows it's not going to go. And in some cases, it's almost better to not try to attempt that grind. Like we said, with a lift as fatiguing as it can be for the low back, if you have a technical bench, fighting that grind at the chest is just taking energy away that you could be using for the deadlift. So if you know you're not going to get it, always a smarter decision to let the spotters grab it and save the energy. 2-1, good lift for Whitney Weidenborner on platform 1. Tori Conrad's going to come up next and take 102.5 kilos. That's 226 pounds. Shakina Crooks taking 87.5 kilos.
Okay.
3 white lights there for her. Tori Conrad. Three white lights, solid work there for her. We are cruising right along, folks. We've only got 5 lifters left on platform 1 before we go into third attempts. And on platform 2, Brittany Robb gets the lift off for 87.5 kilos. And nothing doing there. Good grab there by the spotters. Small jump there. So the minimum jump that we could have made, not much lost on the total. Amy Schmidt. Taking 105 kilos. And Erica Johansson with a beautiful third attempt. Very smooth, very fast. 87.5 kilos, 3 white lights. Again, when you have a third attempt that's as smooth as that, not only are you feeling a lot fresher and you have a lot more energy, but from the mental side of things, you are feeling good. You are on, as we say. That's going to make your experience going into deadlifts that much more fun here at Raw Nationals. Angel Wong, junior and open 75-kilo lifter, taking 231 pounds. Good catch by the spotters on 2. Samantha Narr, no lift. Lauren DeBetta. And no lift there for Angel on platform 1. And that does shake things up just a hair. So based on current total, both Kira and Angel are forecasted the same. Both have a 310 kilo total. It's going to come down to deadlifts, obviously, but with Angel Wong missing that bench, Kira, with bench being her primary lift, is still going to keep widening that gap. In a situation like this with Angel Wong, where bench is not necessarily the strongest lift of her 3, execution then becomes the focus. We need to hit as many of those as we can to keep the total alive. Lauren DeBetta, nothing doing there. No lift. Lana's going to come up next and take 97.5 kilos, 2.5 kilo jumps across the board. Sarah Michelich. Again, forecasted with currently a 310 total, along with Angel and Kira. And then Brooke Underdown on platform 3, just 2.5 kilos behind. Lana finds her way off the chest. But the triceps don't get in there. No lift there, unfortunately. Good lift there. Sarah Michelich, 3 white lights.
Moved without a doubt.
That gives her a 317.5 kilo total. Kira Thompson up next. Janelle Ayala on platform 2, retaking 220 pounds. Missed the second attempt on strength. Much smoother job there, Janelle Ayala. 3 white lights. Janae Hester up next. Product of Team Sam Strong, coached by Sam Calhoun. Kira Thompson finds the lockout here for that second attempt. A little bit slow. That's going to make that third attempt pretty tough. And that's going to be a no lift, up and downward motion. And that is going to make things a little bit more difficult for Kiera Thompson. Again, bench is her lift, and so now is going to have to put in probably a little bit of a higher number than intended in order to beat out Angel Wong, who's currently got 105 loaded on the bar for her. We'll see how she fares in just a few lifters. But we are on third attempts now for platform 1. 85 kilos knocked down to nice, 3 white lights. Daniela Serra retaking 220. And no lift there. Hannah Sass coming up next, 102.5.
Missed that opener and then came back to retake it. Now just taking a 2.5 kilo jump. So should be able to make this.
Lindsey Thompson. Can she get to the lockout by keeping it straight? That's going to be a close call. Let's see what the judges say. Hannah Sass absolutely smoked that last attempt, and that's going to be a good lift for Lindsey Thompson with an excellent grind, finishing out with 92.5 kilos and a 3-for-3 run through the bench press.
Yeah, and that was amazing. It definitely wanted to go back down on her, but she did not let it. You could kind of tell maybe that right side was a little bit, and that's kind of what that right judge saw, so that lines up with what we saw, but it was phenomenally fought through and well done.
Stephanie Davino taking 226 pounds, and then Kate Richardson is going to round out the flight on platform 2. And then the coverage will shift over to platform 1 while we finish out our bench press action there. Here's Rachel. Bars loaded for her, taking the same weight as Emma Lochner. That's going to be a no lift for her originally.
It just doesn't really move on platform 2. Third attempt benches, they do that sometimes.
They do that sometimes.
Yeah.
Kate Richardson, 115 kilos, 253 pounds. This is the last bench of the day. Sorry, last bench of this session. We're still on the first session of the day. Last bench of this session here on platform 2 for day 2 of Raw Nationals for USA Powerlifting presented by A7. No lift there for Rachel. Good lift there for Katie, and she finishes out the flight with 3 white lights. And that is going to be the end of the action over on platform 2. We'll shift over here on platform 1 as we get finished out there. Platform 2 is going to get the platform platform cleared so they can get ready for the deadlift. And you are not going to want to miss the deadlift, folks. The party starts when the weight hits the floor.
Yeah, I heard the party starts when the weight hits the floor for the 3rd time.
Kayleen Pham, same weight, 97.5 kilos. Very smooth there. Lost that second for some up and downward motion. And going to be a good lift for this one. Still got a yellow card from the head referee. Possibly jumped a command there. Looks like a fairly quick bench altogether, so it's possible that a command might have been missed by just a hair. Diana Chavez, 100 kilos.
Very methodical with the setup. But it works.
3 white lights for Diana Chavez, and she's had a great day thus far. First lady in this flight to go 6 for 6 on her day. giving love to the spotters and loaders. He's put in a lot of hard work this weekend and will continue to do so throughout today and tomorrow. Here we go, bars loaded for Alyssa. Mountain Man performance. Just 2.5 kilos behind Diana Chavez. Very possible for her to knock into the top 10. Good lift there for her. And she does it. Alyssa Diaz brings herself into the top 10 with a 285 kilo total. But she's not the only one there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lifters have a 285 kilo total. Cameron Dana, Alyssa C.S., Jessica DeGiovanni, Kate Richardson, and Diana Chavez. All in a battle for 7th place, maybe even 6th place, as Kayleen Pham is only 2.5 kilos ahead.
Yeah, crazy tight race. Always is, though.
Wendy Weidenborner. Good lift there, 2-1. You've got to think, even having a strong bench, it really almost bodes well to have a stronger deadlift. Deadlift is where the meat is won.
Yeah.
You want to have the most variability and most ability to handle whatever your deadlift throws at you. Cameron Dana locks out 102.5, 226.
Yeah, the struggle with being a bench specialist is the deadlift specialists get to do their specialty after you, and they know exactly how much ground they have to make up. It's not a guessing game of how will they do later or what will I do later. It's this is what I have, this is what I need, let's try it.
That's right. The advantages that you get in powerlifting are if you are lifting more, right? If you're lifting more, that means you are lifting after your competitor, and that is where the advantage comes into play. And so if you are stronger at a particular lift, for the squat, for example, then you really focus on execution for the bench and the deads. Obviously, the same is true for the bench and the deadlift, but with the deadlift, if you're stronger in that, I think it gives you a little bit more of an opportunity to play some ball. Angel Wong here retaking 105, missed her second attempt at that on on strength. Yeah, the feet came out from under her there. Looks like the hips were coming up. That's going to be a no lift there for Angel. She stays with a 310 kilo total. And that does knock her down. Should Kiera Thompson make her third attempt, that does put Kiera Thompson ahead of her by 2.5 kilos on forecasted total. Amy Schmidt. 107.5 kilos. No lift off here. Gets the start command here. Oh, man. Good amount of up and downward motion. It looks as if the bar kind of fell, probably might have fell a little bit more forward towards her head, maybe towards her belly. A little bit of a misgroove. That's generally where we see such a drastic up and downward motion. That lifter is trying to recover from coming out of that misgroove. Good attempt either way there, though, for Amy Schmidt. Tori Conrad's taking the same weight after that. And platform 2 is going to get started up here in about 4.5 minutes. It's going to give Taya and I just a little bit, about 30 seconds to take a quick breather while we hop back on.
Can read our hate mail in the comments if anybody's left us any. 112 for Jessica.
Jessica DiGiovanni, 112.5 kilos. Pause was a little shaky. And nothing doing there. Good grab by the spotters and loaders. Sarah Michelich.
Yeah, I think she had really tried to anticipate that press command and kind of almost didn't quite stop at the bottom.
Sarah Michelich, 117.5 kilos, 259 pounds. Two-minute warning on platform 2. Taking her time under this setup here. Beautiful work there for Sarah Michelich.
Yeah.
Way
that was
too easy.
phenomenal. I think she surprised herself.
Sarah Michelich going into deadlifts is your favorite to win by a sizable margin here. Now Kira Thompson looking to retake 122.5. She needs this in order to stave off Angel Wong for the second position in the open 75 kilo class. Here's Kira. Oh my goodness, Kira Thompson finds a way to lock out. And that's a good lift. Kira Thompson showing her execution, showing her national pedigree, staving off.
Yeah, and that's for sure what we want to see for that last lift of bench. We'll move the deadlift real quickly over here on platform 2.
Yep, we are at the 1 minute mark on platform 2.
Fisher is on platform 4, 518.
Alrighty, and that 10-minute clock has expired over on platform 2, and we are going to be first up with Katie Ann, who's going to do 150 to start us off on deadlift for the session. And that's pretty much what you can expect to see for most deadlift openers. That's pretty snappy, pretty quick. And pretty much a mirror image of what we just saw as well. On deadlift, with the openers, they're really just trying to put something casual, comfortable that they're familiar with, make sure that they get themselves on the board, and then they might take a bigger jump for their second and then play a numbers game on the third. So a lot of these openers shouldn't be too much of a problem, especially for these wonderfully, amazingly talented, strong women that we have here at USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals. Nice little 3-plate opener for Sabrina. Gonna take 175. Always love when they get to have that nice pretty picture with all the big reds loaded on the bar. Made our way nicely through these first couple lists. Pretty much what you can honestly expect to see. You really don't want to miss a deadlift opener. If you miss a deadlift opener, either means that one just did something wrong, or two kind of had a bad attempt selection for the day. So it's good to see everybody kind of making their way convincingly through these first couple attempts.
Oftentimes, deadlift for most folks is, myself included, is the most fun lift of the day. You only have one command you have to listen to.
Yeah, you just have to think less. You get to go move heavy weight, and it's not so restrictive.
Think
about
less,
how to do
lift
it.
more, lifter happy. That's what we want to see. Hannah Jenny, 180 kilos. 396-pound opener, coached by Manny Prito in the corner. Manny competed himself earlier this week at Masters Nationals and won. So he is a Masters National champion. Sat in the chair yesterday as a referee and now behind the box as a handler. Hannah Jenny, strong lockout there. Again, we want these openers to be very smooth. Not so light that we have to take larger jumps throughout, but light enough to where we have enough energy to hit what we need. Anna Ayala here. On the board with that opener deadlift. Here's Sharon Jones on platform 2. And on platform 1, we've got about 4 minutes before we get the action going over there. Good lift for Sharon on 2. Carmen Hu up next, 182.5 kilos. Once Carmen gets on the board here, she will be in the top 5, just 7.5 kilos behind Sabrina. Madison Lewis, pretty sizable lead once she hits her deadlift. But Carmen Hu looking to get as close as she can. 3 white lights for her. When we're looking at the deadlift here, if we see any infractions, a red card is going to be what we would consider a soft lockout. So if the shoulders and or the knees are not considered fully locked out, so fully stiff, fully extended behind the bar, that's going to be a no lift. Obviously, you have your blue cards, which are your up and downward motion.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Sorry.
as well as the hitching is something
Yep.
you're going to get a lot on a deadlift, but they kind of honestly visually look a little bit similar. So
And hitching and ramping, that's where you just you're supporting the bar on your thighs. You're using your thighs as an assistance, whether it be kind of shrugging that bar up incrementally or using the bar as a ramp, or using your thighs as a ramp for the bar. Those are blue cards as well. And then obviously you have all of our yellow catch-alls, which we don't really see a whole lot of on deadlift unless it's a mislift or miscommand. Every now and then you'll see a lifter move their feet once they dismount from the deadlift, and you can't move your feet until the deadlift or the bar is back in contact with the floor. You see some people, if they're a sumo lifter, they'll kind of jump their feet back in before that bar is on the ground, and that's technically a no lift because your foot position changes.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that in the rulebook you can slide your feet after receiving the down command.
I don't know. Might be something we have to look at. I saw someone yesterday, I remember Brendan Pham, he got called by the jury for turning his toes in once he brought the bar down. Who knows? Camilla Patterson up next, 205 kilos.
This is Mariah Papaya. Mariah Papaya is in the house.
Some instances, I wish we had our own little podcast guy to look things up for us.
Yeah, we got to fact check ourselves.
Here's Camilla Patterson. Not having the best day thus far, only getting her last squat and her opening bench. Trying to change the momentum here on deads, 451 pounds. That looked like a good opener to me. And we are 1 minute out from the action on platform 1. Katie on up next for platform 2, 160 kilos, 352 pounds. Sean Collins in the corner. Taking the time. In contrast to the other lifts, you do not have to get the start command before your time runs out, because there is no start command for the deadlift. You just have to show that the movement is being initiated in order for you to stay on time with your attempt.
Yeah, and I do have clarification on this foot movement on the deadlifts. Okay, official rulebook wording from the updated 2026 rulebook is: lateral foot movement after the down command is not a reason to disqualify the lift.
Okay.
The lifter must maintain balance and not take steps forwards or backwards until
Forwards
the
or
bar
backwards,
is
okay.
returned. So they can bring them in, but they got to be careful that they're not doing it at an angle, I guess.
Correct. Marissa, good lift there. 3 white lights, and we're already on second attempts here on platform 2. Platform 1, Amalia Zarapova, 198-pound opener. Good lift.
Little,
2-1, good lift.
yeah, a little fight there. Curious to see what she'll load up for that third attempt.
Winner finishes, Julia. Forward is good.
Juliana Janes, Team 270 kilo lifter. 214 pounds. Fernanda, bars loaded for her on platform 2. 12.5 kilo jump there. Again, that's about 24 pounds. Here's Fernanda rocking the all-white A7 kit. Important distinction here. Her legs look really, really white, and I promise that that's not chalk. That is baby powder. Lifters are allowed to use baby powder on their legs and just to provide a smooth, frictionless surface for the bar to come up the thighs so that there's no risk of ramping or hitching. If it were chalk, that bar would almost certainly stick to the thighs.
Yeah.
Easy opener there for Brooke Robinson.
And that baby powder usage is the reason why you'll see him clean the bar every couple attempts or on the third attempts, every attempt. And that's just to make sure that wherever the last person's baby powder came off on the bar is not where the next person is gripping the bar.
Alana on 1. 281, nice and easy. Sharon Jones, 10 kilos up for her second attempt, 418 pounds. Ooh, a little bit of turbulence at that lockout there.
Yeah, struggle on the second.
Hannah Pollock, good lift for her. Opener moved like a little too fast. Moved like a warm-up. Ideally, you want to keep those behind the curtain.
Yeah. She also doesn't even have baby powder on or anything, so.
There's Hannah Jenny on platform 2, 12.5 kilo jump to 424 pounds. Gabrielle Whitaker on 1, 297 pounds. You'll also notice that our lifters are wearing knee-high socks. And that's just to protect the barbell in the event of any epidermal spillage.
Yeah, the knurling on these TSS bars is sharp.
Very unforgiving.
So if you scrape that against your shin, that'll be a problem. But the socks keep both parties, the person and the bar, safe.
Sarah Munoz.
That was very fast as well.
Henry Briscoe, 523 pounds. The Henry fans are here.
Good lift there for Carmen Hu on platform 2. I promise I didn't mean to make that rhyme, but it worked. Carmen Hu now, we're looking to see these forecasted totals here for the women's open 70 kilo class start to take shape here. Carmen Hu, 10 kilos behind Anna Ayala, unfortunately missing that opener squat. Really kind of set her up for a little bit of a tough go here. That last bench would have given her an extra 5 kilos. And just based off of forecasted total, we're still waiting to see what Carmen Hu puts in here. She only needs 10 kilos up from this attempt here to knock her ahead of Anna. Okay, so she only decided to put in a 5 kilo attempt, which would give her a forecasted 492.5 total, and Anna Ayala a 497.5 kilo total. So in that instance, I imagine Carmen Hu is banking on Anna Ayala missing her third attempt, because should Carmen Hu make hers, that would bring Anna Ayala to 487, bringing Carmen Hu into the second place spot. Madison Lewis here, platform 2. Your winner in the open 70 kilo class by a very sizable margin here. 522.5 kilo total, already ahead of Carmen Hu's 487.5. Little bit heavy at the knees. I don't think there was any up and down.
I think it was clean. I just think it wasn't the fastest.
Okay, so 2-1. 2-1. There was a little bit of up and down from that head referee, but we're still on the board here. Again, right now, Carmen Hu, Anna Ayala tied right now, 487.5 kilos. Carmen Hu with 202.5 loaded, Anna Ayala with 200 loaded. It's going to come down to an attempt change for Anna Ayala should she choose to want to break Carmen Hu out of that second place spot. And in comparison to the other power lifts, with deadlift, you are allowed to change your third lift 3 times. You're allowed to change your third deadlift attempt 3 times. And that is so you can jockey for that first place spot. You are allowed to put in attempt changes to force other lifters' hands to hit heavier weights, to put in different attempts. There's a lot of strategy that's involved here with this third attempt deadlift. Camilla Patterson, last puller in the flight, 215 kilos, 463 pounds, looking to change the tone of the day, get her second deadlift. Amalia on platform 1 with 100 kilos. That's a tough pull there for Camilla. Three white lights, she's on the board. 2.5 kilos might be the safer call there. 5 kilos is going to be a risk. Here's Karina, Team 1 lifter with the Wonder Woman socks. And we are on third attempt deadlifts on platform 2 for flight A. Easy lift there for Karina.
We haven't seen any struggles really as far as getting the deadlifts recorded as good lifts.
Yep, so far all green lights, or all green on the LiftingCast for both platforms 1 and 2. Juliana Janes, 10 kilo increase, 3 white lights for her. Anna Dominiecki, 132.5 kilos loaded. Sayi Campbell going up just 2.5 kilos, the minimum increment there. Wants to be sure we finish And stands up the last deadlift with authority. 3 white lights with a little dance, hop, skip, and a step off the platform.
Deservedly so.
Good lift there for Alana on 1. Here's Marissa on platform 2.
385 pounds for Elizabeth Hope.
Marissa in that battle for 5th place, that last podium spot with Fernanda and Sayi. Sayi with that ends out with 467.5 kilos on the bar, so Marissa needs to hit this in order to put herself ahead, and unfortunately, she does not. Brooke Robinson, good lift there on platform 1. Sophia Vedas on platform 2. Her last deadlift, 418 pounds.
Anna is in 3rd. But needs to make this lift to hold off a potential flip from Sabrina a couple lifters later.
Can she finish? Oh, just got a little bit bobbled at the knees. That's going to be a no lift there. It gives a bow to the audience. Sharon Jones, last deadlift attempt, 195 kilos. That's off the floor. Can she get it past the knees? Oh, that was close. It almost looked like it for a little bit.
Yeah, I kind of thought she was going to inch it past.
Fernando is getting the crowd up behind her. 197.5 kilos. Last deadlift attempt of the day for her.
And you saw there's a temp change already on that platform, trying to move up a spot, down a couple lifters. Definitely
Stiffs
locked
out
it
the
out.
lockout. Yep, 3 white lights. Very happy with that one. Sarah Munoz, second attempt, goes down nice and easy. 352, 3 white lights.
All right, if
Ooh. Hold on a second.
and we have another attempt change. She initially had a 202.5. She was going to tie and lose on body weight for moving into a medal position, so she added 2.5 kilos, trying to move into that podium spot. So we've had 2 attempt changes now. Sabrina had changed hers as well, also to move from 4th to 3rd.
Yeah, and that's where we start to see, as soon as one lifter that's in the contention starts to miss a lift, the vultures start to come in. It leaves the door wide open for any of our lifters to take the podium spot.
And you see they kind of loaded the bar because the screen hasn't updated with that attempt change yet, but they'll put that 202.5 on.
And now Sabrina with that attempt change, she now pulls first before Carmen Hu does. So now if she does this, Carmen Hu has the opportunity to change. Actually, no, she cannot change her deadlift attempt because she cannot go back down from the weight that's already on the bar. So she has to hit 202.5. This almost forced Sabrina to hit 202.5, I believe. Coach B in the corner. And that's not moving off the ground. And with that, Sabrina's going to stay at a 480 kilo total. Anna Ayala kicks back up in the third spot. Now it's time for Carmen Hu. Let's see if she can get her shot back up into that second place spot. If she can't get it, then she is going to, okay, well, even if she doesn't get it, she's still going to be Anna Ayala on body weight with a tied total of 487.5. If she does get this, she will give a 492.5 kilo total and solidify second place. Carmen Hu gets to the knees, and we get to lockout. 3 white lights, your silver medalist in the ladies open 70 kilo weight class, Carmen Hu.
And following her medal pull, she had changed from a 202 to a 205 to break that tie in her favor. Hannah Jenny looking to pull into 5th.
And now, had this been 2.5 kilos heavier, she would have had the opportunity to pull ahead of Sabrina. Her and Sabrina will have the same total if she hits this, although Sabrina will still be ahead on body weight. Alyssa won solo platform 1, easy second attempt there, 192.5. Hannah Jenny, nothing doing there. Good grind. And with sumo, it's gonna look like that bar is not moving off the floor. And you almost want to wait and see, because who knows? Out of nowhere, that bar might start moving. Sumo deadlift is a funny thing.
What a fight for Stacy. That was phenomenal. 3 white lights and the happy dance off.
Bars loaded for Madison Lewis. Looking to stamp her ticket here at Raw Nationals as your open 70 kilo and junior 70 kilo national champion. Madison Lewis, 212.5 kilos, 468 pounds. Juliana Janes on platform 1, 115 kilos. Here's Madison. A little bit of a bobble there. Looked like she misgrooved it just a hair, but a good run either way from your national champion, Madison Lewis, in the ladies open 70 kilo weight class. We're now on to third attempts for platform 1 here. Brooke Robinson's up next with 308 pounds loaded, 140 kilos. Rachel Barnes, 215 kilos locked and loaded. After her, it's Camelia Patterson for our last pulls before we go on to our last flight of deadlifts for this session on platform 2. Strong. Probably had another 5 to 10 kilos left in the tank on that last deadlift. Exceptional play calling there from TSP Devon. Brooke Robinson stands up. And that's a good lift. Teen 2, 70-kilo weight class. Camelia Patterson taking all the time she needs, centering herself under the bar. This is 225 kilos, 496 pounds. It's going to be a tough go. Let's see what she's got. Camelia Patterson. Nothing happened. And that is going to be a good effort either way there from Camelia Patterson. Gives love to the audience and the referees.
And that'll move us right into flight 2 on platform 2. So well past the business end of the powerlifting meet.
Beautiful Kate Richardson. Beautiful opener there. Same there for Gabrielle Whitaker. 330 pounds, 3 white lights. All right, Lana on platform 2. 330 pounds. Great work there for her, easy opener. Here's Hannah Pollock, platform 1. 330 pounds. And she comes home with a gold medal for the ladies Teen 2 70-kilo class.
Snappy fast.
Amy Kessler, Teen 3 lifter. And that's not going to go, unfortunately. Take it on up to 170 kilos for Sarah Munoz. And Daniela Serra, her opener on platform 2 is 336 pounds, 152 and a half kilos. Sarah Munoz getting set up 170 here. Janelle Ayala, 160 kilos, 352 pounds.
Ooh, amazing from Sarah. What a pull. Good lift, 2 to 1.
Sydney Tennell coming up to her last attempt. And Samantha Narr with her opener at 165. Very fast. Sydney Tennell rocking the all pink A7 kit. Can it come off the floor? Sometimes the spotters and loaders just like to glue the bar to the floor sometimes in between attempts. No. Good attempt either way there from Sydney Tennell. Eve up next, 180 kilos, 396 pounds. Good pull there from Carly Fox. Carla giving love to the spotters and loaders for this last one. Or for her opener, excuse me. Eve Anzola not quite able to get it past the knees there. No lift for her. Emily Schmidt up next. Emily Schmid and Alyssa Wenzel, our last two lifters in this flight, before we move on to our last flight of powerlifting for this session. Beautiful opener for Shakina. Can Emily Schmidt get to lockout? I wonder if there's a little bit of a hitch there. It's going to be a close call.
So close.
Yep, it's not going to go there, unfortunately. No lift from all three of our judges there. They unfortunately saw the same thing there. And you can almost kind of tell when someone is hitching. You see the shoulders start to shrug a little bit in that lockout. And that's almost that telltale sign.
But
Uh-oh.
national record attempt, Teen 3, Alyssa Wenzel, 200.5 kilos on the deadlift.
And like we said, when you're going for a national record, you are allowed to chip it, and that is to take the minimum increment of 0.5. That's about a pound, 1.1 pounds technically. This would be 442.1 pounds. Janae Hester on 1. She's opening her deadlift with 177.5.
Trying to take this record just set a couple months ago at Collegiate Nationals.
Alyssa Wenzel for the last deadlift of the day.
Pull.
I didn't see any shrugging. Can she hold on to it? She does. The referees give her 3 white lights, and that is a new national record for Alyssa Wenzel.
She just tried to casually walk off after that and just walked away.
Aura farming at its finest.
Yeah.
We've got a new national record. Congratulations, Alyssa Wenzel, on that Teen 3 record. And now we move on to our last flight of powerlifting. Session 1, Flight B. Kayleen's coming up for 162.5 kilos. So far, all of our ladies on platform 2 have made their openers. Easy opener there for Erica. And Kayleen. Great openers from both ladies. 3 white lights for both.
This is Harper. This is your weight. Pull it. And from Harper, the lift is good.
Fast opener there from Stephanie Davino. Very snappy off the floor. 3 white lights there. Amy Schmidt.
Elizabeth Hull, 424 pounds. She's excited.
Again, very snappy openers here.
When she starts pulling, you guys start screaming for Elizabeth Hull.
Last opener on platform 2.
Lauren DeBetto, 197.5 kilos, 435 pounds. And that sets it off. All of our ladies are in the meet. 0 bomb outs on platforms 1 and 2. So far, we still have a few openers left on platform 1 to go. I hope I didn't just commentator jinx that. Emma Lochner, 175. Katie Richardson on platform 2, second attempt here, 157.5 kilos. Good work from both ladies. 3 white lights for both. Here's Emma Lochner for her next attempt at 175 kilos on platform 1. Lana for her next attempt on platform 2. Both pools moving extremely well. Here's Hannah Sass, 162.5 kilos, 358 pounds. Whitney Weidenborner, 3 white lights. Opening deadlift attempt. Daniela Sierra on platform 2 taking the same weight at 358 pounds. Fast opener from Tori. Looks good, no notes. A little bit of a slower lockout there for Daniela, but as expected for a second attempt, that's still a good lift either way. Diana, 182.5 kilos. Great day thus far, 6 for 6.
Way to hold it, Dylan. The lift is good. Give him a round of applause for that. That's the grind right there.
Here's Janelle Ayala, 170 kilos, 374 pounds. Diana Chavez. Beautiful work there. The ball is in her court right now, 7 for 7. 2 lifts left on the day. Janelle, no relation to Anna Ayala in the earlier flight. It's going to be a good lift for her. Samantha Narr comes up next with 175. Kiera Thompson. Currently starting things off between the battle of herself, Angel Wong, and Tori Conrad.
Starting us off good.
Good lift there for her. Angel Wong up next. And Kiera Thompson will be waiting to see what Angel puts in or how she does with this attempt as she puts in her second. And then we do have Rachel Karam after that taking 190 kilos. Carly Fox on platform 2, 180 kilos, 396 pounds. Exceptional work there, 3 white lights.
You can't complain about watching good powerlifting.
Vincent Gentron. 573 pounds for Vince.
Brittany Robb,
Justin on four.
182.5 kilos. Good lift there for the second attempt. That's 402, breaking into that barrier. Rachel Karam opening with 418 pounds.
This is Vince. Scream for Vince.
Beautiful opener there for Rachel. Here's Carla Arroyo. Strong lockout there. Shakina Crooks, second attempt here. 15 kilo jump, one of the larger jumps we've seen today. That's about 33 pounds. 3 white lights for her. Easy opener there for Lindsay Thompson. Janae Hester, 10 kilos up from her opener, 413 pounds.
That's pretty good. A little slow at the top.
617 pounds. Bar is ready.
What a magnificent opener on platform 1. Almost looked like it maybe was a little too light. Caught her off balance maybe at the top.
Sarah Michelich going to come right after that with 205 kilos. Has a 17.5 kilo lead ahead of both Kira and Angel. Here's Corinne. Second attempt, 190 kilos. 418 pounds. Can she finish out? Yes, she can.
That was clean pull. I think that might have been a little bit of ramping maybe because there wasn't a ton of up and down from that front angle.
TSS is on platform 3. Minnesota Department of Liquor Safety from Wisconsin Lacrosse is on platform 4.
Aileen Pham. Good work there for her, 192.5 kilos. 3 white lights. Good pull there from Kayleen. Good pull from Stephanie. We're on second attempts on both platforms now, but we are about to go into thirds on platform 2. Lauren DeBetta is going to be our last lifter there. She's going to be taking 207.5 kilos. Amy Schmidt, 180 kilos, locked and loaded for her, 396 pounds. Lauren DeBetta, 207.5 kilos for her.
And on 2, that's a good lift for Lauren. We'll move to thirds over on platform 2. At the very tail end of the powerlifting for that platform. We got a couple of lifters who maybe could sneak into that top 10 over there right towards the end of the flight yet.
Lana Budabanja, 7.5 kilos, stands it up. An 8 for 9 day for Lana. Quite smooth as well. 3 white lights. Thumbs up to Coach Evan in the corner. Hannah Sass looking to get the crowd behind her on her last attempt. 167.5 kilos. Got some up and down. Yep. As soon as we got to the knees there, it looks like we just hit the wall and went right back down.
Yeah, I tried to make a correction, went down, and just kind of gave up on it.
Bars loaded up next for Kate Richardson. Whitney Weidenborn taking her second attempt, 190 kilos. Nice and easy. Here's Kate Richardson, 369 pounds with the stand-up. There it is. Here's Emma Lochner, second attempt. Ooh, a little shaky at the lockout there.
Yeah, definitely slow. We'll have to not take a 20-kilo jump to the
Yes,
third
that's
like
right.
that.
That was a 20-kilo jump, quite sizable. And now there's that school of thought now where you take that sizable jump from first to second, and then you kind of see what you have left for the third, but that's a risky gamble.
Yeah, sometimes when you take a big jump from first to second and you get your second and you have to take a smaller jump to your third, you're thinking I should have maybe split that difference.
Daniela Sierra hits the sticking point, but not able to break past there. Just too close.
That
No
was
lift
our
there.
first miss on platform 1 in this flight.
Bars loaded up next for Janelle Ayala, 177.5 kilos. And then Diana Chavez looking to keep going with her great day thus far. 7 for 7, going up 12.5 kilos to 195 kilos. That's 429 pounds. Janelle Ayala's got 391 loaded. Diana Chavez currently in your 10th place position. Janelle Ayala with the big pull, but she's able to find the stand-up. And the lift is no good. 2-1, no lift there. What'd you see on that? I didn't really see anything that would warrant a yellow in that instance, possibly. I don't know.
I'm wondering if it just kind of falls under that control aspect a little bit.
Like controlling the bar to the ground. Maybe she dropped it a little bit. Still,
or
what
kind of
an effort.
letting go of it a little.
Yeah.
Because that's tough.
And again, with lifts like that, you know, to an extent, you almost want to count them as your gym lifts. So you have something new to work off of. Tori Conrad up next, 17.5 kilos. Big jump there. But that's a solid second attempt there. Coach Skylar Holt in the corner. He knows what he's doing. Barbell Union crew. Carly Fox on platform 3. Her last go of the day, 190 kilos. 418 pounds. And then Angel Wong Currently 2.5 kilos behind Kiera Thompson. With this pull and with what Kiera put in for her projected third, they will be within 2.5 kilos. So depending on how Angel does with this attempt and what she puts in for her third, she could knock Kiera out for that silver medal. It's going to be a duke. 440 pounds. Good pull. Hit a pretty definite sticking point there. I didn't see it go down necessarily, but that's going to be a tough call. So the referees did see that.
Yeah, I think at the middle when she maybe leaned forward a little, kind of got her off guard.
Carla Arroyo, big pull.
And that's a fine line that the lifters have to walk there because they don't want to be too far out from their bodies. It'll get them to lean forward, might cause them to kind of bend over a little bit, but they also don't want to be too close because then you kind of run into some of that either contact with the thighs that can either hinder you or get you called for supporting you.
Absolutely right. Here's Rachel Karam. 440 pounds for her second attempt, 200 kilos. She's feeling good about that one. Sean Collins in the corner feeling good about it as well. Corinne Tomlinson not going to be able to go there. Did elect to go up 2.5 kilos from missing that second attempt, but she is on the board with her opener. Brittany Rabb up next. 192.5 kilos, 424 pounds. Cameron Diana having a great day thus far. Only missing that opener squat. Has kept the momentum going since then. Brittany Rabb, oh, so close to that lockout. She was not going to let it go. Cameron Diana, easy work there. Up next, Alyssa Cias on platform 1, Janae Hester on platform 2. Janae, her last attempt of the day, 192.5 kilos, 424 pounds. Ooh, good grab there by the spotters and loaders. It's never a bad idea to have a back spotter in those situations. No lift there, unfortunately. Alyssa Cias, though, good lift on platform 1. Lindsey Thompson's up next with 205 kilos. And then Sarah Michelich is going to round out second attempts there on platform 1 with 215 kilos. Lindsey Thompson, great work there, 205 kilos. 3 white lights. Here's Shakina Crooks. With the hair flip to finish, 3 white lights.
Yeah.
And Shakina Crooks, our first lifter, one of our first lifters to go 9 for 9 on the day. Kate Richardson did so as well. Stacey Ngo in the first flight.
It is incredibly hard to go 9 for 9, especially at nationals.
Absolutely it is. Great work there, Sarah Michelich. 3 white lights for her second attempt at 215. Stephanie Davino, 212.5 on platform 2. we go. Stephanie Davino, 212 and a half, 468 pounds.
Shoulders. There we go.
2 to 1, or 3 white lights. That's a perfect lift there for Stephanie Davino.
Yeah, that's what you want to end your day on.
And we are on to third attempts on platform 1 here. And then we are done for our coverage of session 1 here.
Final lifter, platform 2. Also taking 212. Almost 470.
You yell. Let's hear it from Lauren. Let's hit out. Hit out. Lock it out, Lauren.
Beautiful work there for Lauren. Amy Schmidt, good lift for her. And on platform 2, that's it. We're done with the action there. Be sure to tune in if you guys are tuning out. Be sure to tune in later on today at 1 o'clock for session 2 of the Raw National Championships for day 2. In the meantime, we're going to finish up our coverage of squat on platform 1.
Got a little over 10 attempts left.
Good lift there for Jessica. Nachaya up next, 195 kilos. £429. Great work there. 429, that's going to be a good lift for an 8 for 9 day. And an 18th place finish, top of the pack, top half of the pack here, and an extremely stacked 75 kilo weight class. Here's Angel Wong. With this pull is going to give her 510 kilos on the total.
They're going to stop her because they're making sure that the attempt change goes through.
Yep, because Kiera just changed her attempt down to 195, which I'm not sure you can do because 200 is already loaded on the bar.
So if she turned in her ticket before the judge had called loaded, they could have started the timer. Well, it took it takes 20 seconds or whatever to put it into the lifting cast. So there can be a tiny bit of an overlap where you might get mixed up every once in a while. But technically, if the bar had been called loaded, then she wouldn't have been allowed to go back down below that. She could have went down to the 200 if she had a higher lot number, or even if she had a lower lot number, she can take that. But
and that clock is now out, so she did get bars loaded. But like you said, it's going to come down to whether or not that attempt change was made prior to the words "bar is loaded" were said.
Yeah. And sometimes it takes just a second to kind of refresh the lifting cast when an attempt change is made that reorders the lifters like this. See, everybody looks a little bit confused. This is not on Angel, though. They definitely pulled her off of the platform, so if you're watching her, supporting her at home, no worries. She still gets to go.
Yep, and they're debating that now. We see Kiera Thompson waiting to take 195, but spotters and loaders haven't even begun to start unloading the bar yet. we're still waiting for that decision from the referee whether or not
Yeah, I
that
wonder
attempt change was made in time.
if there's a discrepancy about whether it was or was not made in time. That has to be it.
And if it was not made in time, then that means Kiera has to stick with her original number that she had in there. I believe it was 202 and a half. Okay,
They're gonna
so
give
they
it to her.
are allowing it. They did say that that attempt change happened before bar was loaded. And so now we have 195 kilos loaded on there. Kiera Thompson is going to retake that. And that's probably the smarter decision there. Had she kept that placeholder deadlift, she probably would not have made that and risked that second place spot. So very smart decision by her coach to wait until the very, very last minute to hold that. Almost playing some mind games here with Angel Wong's side.
Yeah, and I always think that if you're the first lifter to go in a series of lifters who might be closer pulling for placement at the end, you want to secure your spot as much as possible and then let them do the work.
Exactly.
Because you can't outlift them if you lift first.
All right, here comes Kiera Thompson. 195 kilos. Here we go, Kiera. Oh, no, that's it, folks. That changes the game. Angel Wong, door is wide open.
Yeah.
But she also missed her attempt at 200 kilos on some up and down motions. So pressure is on really now here for Angel.
And Kira is still in second, but she's projected sixth. So she kind of has to sit and wait just to see if people can make their last deadlifts or not. It's not a given. Probably at least one person will miss. So she's probably maybe still got a fifth, but
Angel Wong. Excellent call there from Lance London. And Angel Wong now takes the second place spot. Up next, Whitney Weidenborner, 200 kilos.
slow.
Very close run there. Good attempt from Whitney.
We have 40 comments. We have 202.5. That's 446 pounds. We have a 10 change in progress.
We have another attempt change in progress. Tori Conrad's looking to pull onto the podium as well.
Like that attempt was maybe Alyssa got the attempt change in
Oh, okay.
to pull onto the podium down a couple lifters. So she's a little early, but
Tori Conrad, 202 and a half kilos here. Can she finish out? Yes, she can.
that was very clean.
Bar is loaded now to 105 kilos. Diana Chavez. Been a phenomenal day thus far. All whites all across the board. Comes down to the last deadlift. Is she going to send it and go for it all? Is she going to keep it conservative and keep the 9 for 9? Let's see what happens.
Let's get Diana a good cheer as she pulls. Let's have her finish on strong.
Here's Diana Chavez. I wonder if there's a little bit of up and downward motion there for Diana. She had a little bit of a sticking point. Hopefully the bar didn't go back down, and the referees thought it did. Phenomenal day up until the very last deadlift. A little bit of up and downward motion, but that is okay. 8 for 9 at Raw Nationals is nothing to sneeze at. Rachel Karam up next, 207.5.
We get a little reset. Oh, she's gonna wipe off her feet.
If you can, if not a big deal. .5 for Rachel Karam.
That was well fought.
Good work there for Rachel.
Good lift for her, and we have another attempt change in progress up on the board.
Here we go, Rachel Karam.
They'll put 210 on for Cameron Dana.
So that means Rachel Karam.
Hers just hadn't updated yet.
Oh, okay, understood. We were just waiting for LiftingCast to update there.
Yeah.
Cameron Diana, last pull of the day, 463 pounds, gets it off the floor.
Oh my gosh.
Gets it to the knees and finds lockout.
That's amazing.
Skylar Holt, big celebration in the corner. We're happy with that one. Bars loaded up next for Lindsey Thompson, 215 kilos, 474 pounds.
And for now, she sits in third after that previous poll that we just saw. So just kind of wait 2 lifters here and see if Alyssa's going to pull from 7th to 3rd, maybe to pass her. But right now, it's Lindsay's moment.
Off the floor, to the knees. Can she get the hips through? It's going to be close. I think she's going to do it.
Come on.
Oh, that's going to be a close call. Did she get the shoulders back? The lift is no good. 2-1. Saw some up and downward motion, possibly some ramping, and then shoulders not fully locked out there at the very end. What a fight that was, too, for Lindsey Thompson. Alyssa Cias up next. 217.5 kilos on the bar for him.
Trying to pull from 7th to 3rd. little deadlift specialist situation going on right now.
Bars loaded for Alyssa now. 217.5 kilos. Mountain man performance. Coach Nasei's in the corner, very happy with that one. And that's going to be a good lift, 2-1. And we've got 2 more lifters, folks. 2 more lifters. Our last 2 deadlifts of the day for session 1 here at USA Powerlifting's Raw National Championships, day 2, presented by A7. Emma Lochner, 217.5 kilos, strong off the floor. These ladies are putting in a fight, and it's not going to go, unfortunately. What a run that was, Emma Lochner. And last but not least, Sarah Michelich, 225 kilos, 496.13 pounds.
The final lift.
All right, this is the last lift of the morning.
Here we go, Sarah Michelich looking to stamp her spot in the first place position. It's going to give her a 547.5 kilo total.
It's a victory lap for Sarah.
This is your weight, this is your lift. All okay, make it look easy for us. Lock it out. And she smiles in the pose. 3 white lights for Sarah.
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. The end of session 1 here. And that's going to be the end of our action. Folks, what a great session it was, and what a good first session it was. We've still got 2 more sessions left to go for the day. And the quick run of our standings here in our women's raw 70-kilo weight class. Madison Lewis holding strong after that squat and bench, finishing out with 530-kilo total, just ahead of Carmen Hu and Anna Ayala. Sabrina Nguira in the 4th place position, followed by Fernando Urrutia with 477.5 kilos on her total. In the 75-kilo weight class, we've got Sarah Michelich with a phenomenal last pull of the day, 225 kilos, 496 pounds, gives her a 547.5 kilo total. And what a battle it was between her, Angel Wong, Alyssa, and Cameron, Kira, Tori. That whole class was stacked, and it really came down to the very last pull. Very excited for very solid action we've seen thus far today across both platforms, 1 and 2. And if you're still looking for more powerlifting action, you can tune in here in just about an hour or so. Our session 2 is going to start here in about 1 o'clock. And that's going to be the end of my time here. My name is Nick Stevens.
And I'm Tia Badger. Thank you for joining us today.
And we'll see you next time. Have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye.